And we're back with the second installment of Crazy Party Part 2. Enjoy. Maybe guess. I don't know. Who knows? Let's do this.
So I simply used the pulse skills I learned to slow them down on the dynamite so I could kill you. But why? Why me? I thought you wanted to kill Dave. I do. I want him dead, but I want him weak and vulnerable first. It will be much easier to murder when the love of his life is dead. His feelings for you will always be true. He will gladly accept his death if only were to join you. My voice suddenly changed again. Hannah, it's me. You know I wouldn't. I couldn't. You're my friend. You're my only friend here. Colin, Hammer, Owen, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want them to die. She did it. Please help me. I can't. You have to do it, Pulse. You have to fight her. I'm not strong enough. You are. You can do it. I believe in you. She's coming. Otto, please, just kill me. Kill me so I don't hurt anybody else. So she can't hurt anybody else, please. I'm begging you. This hurts so much. I can't. No. Repulse, we'll save you. Otto, don't you dare. I have to. I have to kill her. I have to stop her from killing anybody else. Otto! No. No! No! Out of the mist came a familiar shape. Is that Ed? No, it's him. Pogo. Pogo stopped in front of Repulse, who looked livid. Hello, Leander. Don't call me Leander. I have been searching for you, Leander, for a very long time. And now that I know where you've been hiding, it's no use. I know you're here for me, and you can't take me. You're not strong enough. I proved that last year when I escaped you. I might not be strong enough on my own, but I have allies. Allies. From behind Pogo came 3 more ghostly figures, all very familiar. That, before ghostly engines advanced on his pulse, who started screaming, No! No! You can't take me! You won't take me! I won't let you! Leander, it is time for you to accept your death and come with us. No! No! I worked so hard! I cheated death! I'm not going. I've got to kill them. I've got to kill them all. The ghost struggled, but she seemed too strong for them. Pogo shouted out, Nathaniel, we can't hold her much longer. Use the Tau cannon. Damage her soul. We can take her if she's weakened. Otto looked pained as Hannah, Theo, and Lino looked on in horror. Then, this is for Owen. Guys, tell Eddie that I'm sorry I had to leave him. I'll be alright. I can finally see Jason again. I'm going to miss you all. Please tell Ryan and Alan I missed them too. I'll be with Colin and Cammer. I'll be okay. Farewell, my friends. The 3 ghosts disappeared. As the fog lifted, Hannah saw Repulse. She was shaking and crying. Repulse! It's okay. She's gone. Repulse continued to cry. She couldn't speak. Come on, let's get her up to Mirku. We can finally explain everything. But who would believe us? Theo and Otto looked grimly at each other as they led the way out of the yard. The atmosphere at Mirku was incredible when the 5 engines arrived. Mr. Dark sat and listened to what the engines had to say. He looked more and more shocked as they were told to him what had happened. The other engines listened in, but as the story reached its climax, they began to move further and further away, with Dave being the first engine to leave the yard, looking traumatized. Once they had finished, Mr. Dark stood up, turned, and walked away, shaking his head. Mr. Dark returned to the sheds the next morning. Repulse hadn't had her fire lit, and her crew hadn't arrived. Mr. Dark walked cautiously into the sheds, being careful to keep his distance from her. He couldn't bring himself to look at her. Sir, I'm sorry, Repulse. I'm only here to inform you that you're not remaining on this railway any longer. I've arranged for Mr. Smash to take you back to his yard, where he will coordinate a sale. Sir, please, let me explain. Mr. Dark turned around, looking furious. You caused the man's death. 3 of my engines have been scrapped thanks to you. How did you want me to react? I simply cannot justify keeping you here. I'm aware that the others have vouched for your story of being possessed by Leander. I don't believe it. Sir, I don't want to speak to you any further, Repulse. The lorry will be collecting you this evening. Without a backward glance, Mr. Dark stormed away. Repulse remained alone all day. She noticed that the other engines, even those who were not on shift, remained away from the sheds, away from her. She felt alone, friendless, until later in the evening, when Hannah arrived at the sheds looking grim. Hannah? Hello, Repulse. Have you heard? Mr. Dark's sending you away. Yes, I've heard. Is there any way we can convince him to let me stay? Hannah looked grim. I don't think so. Perhaps you could talk to him, convince him that I really was being... I've already spoken to him, and I agree with him. What? Hannah, I thought you was my friend. Why would you? I am, Repulse. But I think it would be best if you were away from the railway. But nothing. Nobody trusts you anymore. Nobody can look you in the eye. Even I'm finding this hard. For even though Leanne was in control of your body, it was still your body she was using. Part of you took part in those murders. Surely you see that. Staying here, you'd be shunned away. Most likely, you'd never run again here. Mr. Dark is distraught. Dave can't bear to be around you. And the others are saying that if they get the chance, they'll kill you. They said that? Eddie, Ryan, Alan, Turbo, Raymond, they hold you responsible for their friend's death. And in a way, so do I. So that's it. That's the end of it. You're going to just cast me off. Even though you know the truth. It's the way it has to be, Repulse. I'm sorry. I might see you. I might not. Hannah. But Hannah said no more. She didn't look at Repulse as she rolled away. Repulse cried silently as she watched her go, thinking that maybe, just maybe, she would be better off elsewhere, after all. Repulse arrived at Mr. Smash's yard late in the night, a sad and disgraced engine. Mr. Smash had had her placed in a shed, away from the other engines, before he came to speak to her. How are you feeling, Repulse? She couldn't answer. Nathaniel told me all that has happened on the Dark Railway, and he wishes for you to be kept well away from his other engines. I understand, sir. You may be here for a little while, we understand, whilst I seek out a buyer for you. I'll also be taking away your tender so that Ed can have it back. Another one will be provided for you in time. Yes, sir. Mr. Smash turned with an apologetic look upon his face. Then he walked away, leaving Repulse feeling even worse than ever. The months passed. Repulse remained in her shed, alone. Mr. Smash, who was very busy with his other engines, didn't come to see her, and she wondered if it would ever get better for her. Then, one cold evening in December, Mr. Smash finally came to her shed to speak to her. Repulse, are you awake? Yes. Good. There's somebody here to see you. Sir? Mr. Smash stepped aside, and from the yard, a familiar steam engine was pushed into the shed. It was Hannah. Hannah? Hello, Repulse. How are you feeling? Terrible. I thought you might be. Mr. Smash said that you had been isolated for a couple of months. But what are you doing here? Why? I thought you'd want to forget all about me, now that I've left the railway and all. Well, I need some work done to my cylinders. Mr. Dark didn't want to send me here, you see. But I convinced him to let me come, so I could see you too, and make sure that you're okay. Besides, it's nearly Christmas, and the thought of you being here on your own. The Pole still looked sad. So, we really are still friends? Of course we are. I know the truth about what happened, but whilst we're all so quick to abandon you, I realise that nobody really stopped to think about how you must be coping with it all. I imagine it's difficult to be in your situation. It is. It really is, Hannah. I don't know when things are going to pick up for me, but I think, now that I know that somebody hasn't given up on me, I think I'll be able to move forward. And I hope everybody on the Dark Railway can too. We're coping. Eddie is still upset, but Sid's trying to bring him round. Then again, Sid probably isn't the best engine to do so because he's still sad that Ed's here. Speaking of Ed, it looks like he's got his tender back now. Yeah, Mr. Smash took it from me when I arrived. Well, I heard him say that new tender's nearly ready for you and that he might have a buyer for you after Christmas. Really? Yeah. Well, I'll just have to wait and see who it is, I guess. So, what else is new with you? Hannah and Repulse spent the rest of the evening talking, with the result that Repulse was significantly cheered up by the next morning. Hannah spent the next few days with Repulse in her shed, until Mr. Smash came over and arranged for Hannah to be taken into the main workshop, so work could begin on her cylinder repair. But once Hannah was gone, Mr. Smash walked up to Repulse, looking over his shoulder to make sure that they were not within earshot of anybody else. Repulse looked nervous. Now, Repulse gulped. I am pleased to inform you that I have finally found a buyer for you. That's fantastic, sir. Who are they? When am I leaving? Am I going somewhere nice? But Mr. Smash frowned. What's the matter? There are certain conditions for this sale, Repulse. What sort of conditions? Well, the gentleman who is buying you used to work for British Railways. He's interested in restoring you for mainline work, and there is a rumour that certain specific select steam locomotives may be able to operate on the mainline again in a few years' time. That's good though, isn't it? There is a small complication that I need to speak to you about though. It involves your name and your number. What do you? The gentlemen, as in the rest of the railway world, are under the impression that you are dead, Repulse. But what?
Nothing.
When Leander was crushed in that tunnel on the Dark Railway, she was carrying your name and number, so the authorities believed that it was, indeed, you that perished in the collapse of Gasworks Tunnel. But what does that mean? You're not saying the man who wants to buy you is interested in a particular locomotive that is currently not accounted for in any official records. It was his favourite locomotive back in the 1940s when he was young, and he worked with the engine. And that engine was 5690, Leander. Repulse felt like a brick had been dropped on her boiler. What are you saying, sir? That in order to sell you, and for you to lead a better life, you are going to have to masquerade as Leanne. No, I don't want to be her. Isn't there any other way? It'll happen anyway, Repulse. All of my interested buyers have inquired about you, but they know about the tunnel collapse. It was big news back then. And none of them believe me when I say you are Repulse number 45725. Nobody will buy you because they don't think that you exist anymore. Even if I showed you them, they wouldn't believe me. They'd accuse me of changing your name and number anyway. But it's the only way. Besides, the gentleman is offering a lot of money for you. He's supremely interested in owning Leander. His father apparently served on the HMS Leander, hence his enhanced interest. Repulse considered this. Could she possibly go through with this? Leanne had been the one who had tortured her. She'd possessed her. She'd caused all those terrible things to happen. But then again, if everybody believed her to be dead, surely she could rectify Leanne's wrongs. Besides, she thought to herself, it's only a name and number. Okay, Mr. Smash, I'll do it, but under one condition, which is, she hesitated for a moment. Please don't tell anybody, especially Hannah, that I'm going to go through with this. If anybody found out what I'd agreed to, I understand, Repulse. It's a simple enough job. I'll have to modify your frames and build plates as well to fit the nameplates and numbers, as well as put them on. Are you absolutely sure that you can do this? After everything that happened with her? Of course I can, sir. I can rise above this, and I can come out of it a stronger engine. I've been called weak, pathetic, silly all my life, and this could give me the chance to change that. Besides, it is only a name and a number. I'm still Repulse inside at the end of the day. I know that, and you know that, and that's all that matters. Very well. I shall do the work in here, away from the others, so that it can remain our little secret, all right? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smash, for everything that you've done. Mr. Smash smiled. Quite all right. I'll let you get some rest. And with that, he walked out of the shed. The boss wasn't sure that she was doing the right thing. It was a betrayal of everything she stood for, everything she knew. But as she looked out upon the yard, she thought that maybe, just maybe, pretending to be Leanne would be more than sufficient revenge for Leanne impersonating her. After the events of the previous year, the engines of the Dark Railway were beginning to pick up the pieces and try and move forward. Morale among the engines was rather low, with some of the engines, such as Eddie, slipping into a depressed state. To try and cheer them up, Mr. Dark had arranged for some engines to come to the line on loan from the Great Western Society at Didcot. Whilst this had the desirable effect of cheering everybody up, it didn't last for very long, and once they had left, the engines once again sank into a depressed mood, thinking about the friends they had lost. Mr. Dark even arranged for some of them to be repainted, but this still failed to lift their moods. One ray of sunlight was that a new group of volunteers had set up a society specifically to help the railway get back on its feet. Fashioning themselves into the Dark Railway Preservation Society, these people had helped enormously in the aftermath of the last year's events. They had cleaned up the sides at Gallen Junction, began helping out with track maintenance, and some even assisted with cleaning the engines. Mr. Dark was extremely grateful for the extra help, but what he needed most of all was more engines. It was good to see Cookham Manor again. I haven't seen him since our days shedded at Shrewsbury. I'm glad that least one manor got preserved. Well, I wasn't too keen on that other tank engine, though. It reminded me too much of our dear old friend Matson. Oh, sorry, Eddie. No, it's fine. Just seeing another member of his class. It brings back memories, you know. And I certainly did not appreciate that auto tank's attitude whilst he was on the Soma branch. Foul-mouthed little squirt he was. But at least we've had some help. We needed it after, well... Everybody fell silent as they remembered the shocking conclusion to Leanne's reign of terror and the great losses that they had sustained. Nobody seemed to notice that Mr. Dark had slipped into the yard and had been waiting patiently for his engines to spot him. Eventually they did notice and stood to attention as he addressed them. I see that we are all still feeling a bit down after what happened. Yes, sir, but we'll be all right eventually. I hope so. We must remember that we still have this railway to run, and that we're all still here to carry the torch for our fallen friends. I couldn't agree more, sir. Thank you, Sid. Now then, I do actually have a reason to be here today, and I think you'll all like what I have to say. Everybody fell silent. Our successful loan of the Great Western Society's engines has given us a well-needed publicity boost, but in order to continue running a profitable service, we need to consider the future of the railway. Thankfully, I found a more permanent solution to our locomotive shortage. Does that mean that Eustace and 257 are coming back? Not quite yet, but Caracas assured me that Eustace, at least, will be able to return before this year is out. Apparently his boiler is in good shape, and not much mechanical work is needed due to his rebuild. So, if they're not coming back, how are we resolving our engine shortage, sir? Well, first of all, the Dark Railway Preservation Society, as you all know, has been fixing up the line with my staff, and have bought themselves a little tank engine, which they've now restored. The engine will be arriving in due course to help us out where it can. Theo, Otto, and Alan looked dubious. Beg your pardon, sir, but don't we already have quite a few small engines on the line? I thought we needed something, bigger. We do indeed, which is why another engine is coming to live with us. Some of you might remember that Caracas had been restoring a BR Standard Class 7 to working order. You mean? Yes. Myself and Caracas agreed that number 70047 will be coming to live here to help out with the passenger trains. Dave, Hannah, Raymond, and Turbo looked absolutely delighted. The news that another big engine would be helping them cheered them up no end. Excellent! Someone who can handle the heavier trains again without help. That will be splendid. I remember meeting him at Mr. Smash's workshop. He seems a nice guy. Whether he's nice or not is beside the point. The point is that we finally have another strong engine to work the heavier trains, which will certainly relieve the pressure on some of you. He looked towards his big engine before continuing. Now, on to another bit of important news. As you may have probably gathered, I've been in some very important talks with British Rail as of late. There have been many rumours flying around regarding the connection of our railway to the national network, and I'm afraid to say that they have decided that they no longer wish to maintain the connection between Gallen Junction and Colhapper. There are concerned looks among the fleet. Does that mean that we'll be cut off? We would have been, if I hadn't stepped in and bitten the bullet. I am pleased to announce that I have purchased the land and the line between these two stations, and I have finally achieved my long-term dream of running our services into Colhapper. Everybody looked absolutely thrilled. That's fantastic. Excellent. So we'll be able to work permanently beyond Gallen Junction. Yes, indeed. It will give us a massive boost and mean that we'll once again have an interchange with British Rail. The engines whistled and hooted their excitement before settling down once again. It will mean a lot of hard work from all of us, as we need to bring that section of line up to high standard once again in order to run passenger trains over it. This will be a big job, so I expect everybody to chip in and make this happen. The engines agreed. There will be some other changes too. Passenger traffic will only run between Woolschurch and Meercombe for a few months, whilst the Preservation Society work on rebuilding Axley Station and Gallen Junction Station to be more flexible for the intended increase in traffic. Again, I'll need all of your cooperation to get these projects done. I really want our railway to recover from the bad publicity and become a leading tourist attraction and tourist link in the area, and if we all work together, we can make this happen. This was a lot of news to take in, but most of the engines seemed rather happy about this. I guess that means I'll be back on permanent way duties. Finally, some meaningful work. Soma will be busy if we'll be ballasting most of the line, and I presume freight traffic to the work sites will pick up again. Oh, thank heavens, something to take my mind off things. Eddie seemed very cheerful at this prospect. He'd much rather be busy rather than sat around moping about the past. Ryan felt much the same. The busier we are, the better it'll feel. So, with all this in mind, I think it's time we got back to work. I thank you all for your time today, and I hope we can finally succeed in getting something right for a change. Everybody laughed as Mr. Dark strolled away. They all headed out of the sheds, raring to go and excited at new prospects for the railway at last. Soon, the railway was a hive of activity once again. Members of the Dark Railway Preservation Society first began work at Axley, which had been closed to passenger traffic temporarily whilst the station was rebuilt, as Mr. Dark's plan involved adding a new bay platform for the Soma branch shuttles, along with a small goods yard to allow freight trains to be stabled there. A brand new replica roof was being constructed too, with a more sturdy design to prevent another collapse. This kept Eddie very busy, bringing steel from Meercombe and bringing ballast trains down from Soma Quarry, where the twins were working hard to keep their trucks moving in and out of the yard. Whilst most of the engines were busy, 3 had decided they were not. Dave, Brian and Raymond had, typically, decided there was more than enough engines working around the line to merit a day off, and so, that breezy spring morning, the 3 engines cheekily remained in the sheds, chatting. This is the life. Feels good to just relax again with my best friends, especially after all that snowplowing a few months ago. Don't you two feel even the slightest bit guilty? What? Why should we? Because everyone else is out there working their asses off, whilst you just bunk off around the shed doing nothing constructive at all. Parku's talking. Aren't you doing the exact same thing as us? But Mr. Dark told me I could have today off, because Sid's doing my work. If you feel so bad about it, Brian, why don't you go out and do something then? Dave chuckled appreciatively, but stopped all of a sudden as Mr. Dark arrived out of the blue. I see that you 3 are all having a jolly good time doing sweet FA then. Don't look at me, sir. It's my day off. This is true. And to be honest, I'm glad to see that Dave and Raymond have left everyone to break their own backs rather than be useful themselves, considering that they would have had tomorrow off anyway. That's not really fair, sir. I've been working really hard recently. I've not even broken down yet this month. Don't look at me either, sir. You know I'm a lazy bastard. Yes, Dave, I'm well aware of that. But anyway, I'm actually glad that there are some engines here to keep the new ones coming this afternoon. The new engines are arriving today. Indeed. In fact, one of them just arrived. Ryan's just helping them off the low loader, seeing as I can't bring them in by rail at the moment. You 3 can give him a welcome. Well, Brian, Raymond, can I trust you 2 to give him a good welcome? Hey, I'm capable of welcoming newbies. Mr. Dark didn't reply as he wandered off. What does he mean by that, eh? Well, you can be a bit brash. Me? Brash? Whatever. I'm the nicest engine on this railway. Bollocks, Dave. Soon the first of the 2 new engines had been brought over to the yard. The 3 engines were pleased to see that it was Mr. Smash's standard engine, number 70047. Brian in particular felt a wave of joy, for he finally had another British Railways standard to talk to. As Ryan pushed him into the sheds, though, Brian thought there was something unusual about him. He couldn't pinpoint why as he was shunted alongside next to him. The engine smiled round. Afternoon, lads. Hello, welcome to the Dark Railway. Oh yes, indeed. I've heard much about this railway from Mr. Smash and your friend Eustace, 257 and Ed. You know them? Of course. We're all in the workshop together after all. I will admit, however, it's nice to see another Riddle standard class again. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're 80010, the first one out shot. Brian looked very smug and Dave and Raymond groaned. Why, yes I am. The engine eyed him over. Can't say I'm a big fan of the BR green, though. I always thought you standard tanks looked very handsome in lined black, but each to their own. And just where are my manners? What are your names? I'm Brian. Raymond. I'm Dave. And the nameplate clearly shows. And your name is... Dave looked at the nameplate bolted to the engine smoke deflectors and couldn't help feeling sceptical. Caracas Smash! Hold the phone. The engine laughed. Amusing, isn't it? No, 2 individuals with the same name. But why are you named the same as Mr. Smash? Well, basically, of all the members of my class built, I was the only one to have never received a name, for reasons unknown to myself. I was always known as the nameless one, and I'm sorry to say that it made me rather depressed at times, especially in all the grand names associated with the others of my class, including that bloody Oliver Cromwell. You've met him, have you? He clenched his eyes and added, never liked him personally. Dave and Raymond grinned appreciatively as he continued. Anyway, when I was withdrawn a few years ago, Mr. Smash bought me. I thought this was the end. I thought I'd be scrapped, because nobody had ever seemed to care much for me during my life anyway, and I'd probably be seen as worthless to most people. But Mr. Smash surprised me. He actually spoke to me as if I had feelings, as if I actually mattered, and this cheered me up greatly. So he began restoring me to working order again with his star apprentice, and after a while, me and Mr. Smash sat down to discuss a name for me. Well, I was very surprised at this, for nobody ever asked me what I'd like to be called. After much thought and deliberation, though, I decided I wanted to be named after him, the man who had shown me compassion and care when nobody else did. I am honoured, therefore, to carry his name, and am proud to be owned by such a fantastic man. How lovely! Even I can't deny Mr. Smash is one hell of a guy, and you should indeed be justly proud of being named after him. So that's why I thought there was something unusual about you. Beg pardon. Well, I remember that only one Britannia wasn't named, which was you, 70047, which is why I thought it was strange when I saw that you had a nameplate combined with that number. Oh, fair enough. So then, Caracas, you'll be taking on the heavier trains for a while then, until our friends come back? Absolutely. I'm looking forward to stretching my pistons again. It's been far too long. Besides, I'd much rather work than be sat around all day doing sweet FA. Dave, Brian, and Raymond sniggered. As the day went on, more and more engines dropped into the shed to see the first newcomer. Everybody was impressed, and even Alan didn't have anything particularly bad to say about him when he saw him. A few hours later, the other engine arrived. This was the Dark Railway Preservation Society's own locomotive, who had been restored in record time alongside Caracas in the workshops. Caracas was happy to see another familiar face. Ah, there you are, Five. The engine smiled appreciatively.
All right.
Keen to work, but I'm great, settling in well. How was the journey?
Yeah, a bit of traffic coming out of Saxonhurst because the lorry driver got lost somewhere. But other than that, it was nice to see the countryside again. What's it like here then?
They all seem friendly enough, of course. I think we'll be all right here, even after all the rumours.
Oh, those. How much of it do you think is true?
Hard to say. Haven't asked anybody if Repulse really did flip out and commit murder. Not really sure it's our place to, Five.
I didn't know the girl, so I can't really make any judgment. But from what those other big engines have said at the shops, there's been some funny things happening on this railway. Do you think we'll be safe?
Only time will tell, my friend. Half an hour later, the two engines were met by three men. Mr. Dark, Mr. Smash, and the society's chairman had come down to see them. Well then, it's great to see you two finally at your new home. How are you both?
Very well, Mr. Smash.
I'm keen to get to work, actually, sir. It seems a pleasant place after all. Don't you worry, Caracas. Gosh, that still feels weird to say. Don't worry. Mr. Dark is keen to see how you perform. Been a while since we've had a Class 7 Pacific running on the line. Just unfortunate that for the time being, the passenger run's going to be rather short due to the work being done at some of our stations. I don't mind. Whatever work you want me to do, I'll do.
That's the spirit, Caracas. Now then, number 5. I hope you'll enjoy your new home. I know it isn't like being back at the colliery, but we've arranged some work for you to do at the other end of the line, helping with the rebuilding work of Axley and Gallen Junction Station. That should keep you busy for a while.
Five smiled at this. Like Caracas Smash, he was looking forward to working again. And on that note, we'll be leaving you two to intermingle with the rest of the fleet. Have fun, you two. Absolutely. The engines I've met so far all seem nice. I'm sure we'll get on smashingly. Ha ha. I couldn't help myself, sir. Mr. Smash chuckled as he left with the other men. The two engines didn't get to meet everybody that night, as Theo, Otto, and Nino were busy at Soma, and Eddie had agreed to stay with them for the night due to an early start in the morning. Most of the engines were keen to hear from Caracas Smash, and there was much shouting and jostling for position as the engines asked him all sorts of questions. However, he noticed that 5 was being ignored. Right then, everyone. That's enough about myself. We still have a long and prosperous future ahead of ourselves to hear more. Now I'd like to introduce you all, properly, to my good friend, 5. 5 looked up, surprised that attention had been diverted to him. He too has never been given a name before, but he's been called 5 for so long now that his name has stuck. I am fairly certain from our conversations over the last few months that his experiences in the National Coal Board are far more interesting and varied than my boring retellings of common problems out there on British railways. So, Five, I want to ensure that you, too, have a hearty welcome to this railway, and I hope that all of us will become good friends in time. Eustace would be proud of that statement.
Well, Caracas has been stuck in the workshop with him for a while, so he probably picked up some of Eustace's mannerisms.
Everybody chuckled. I'll be the first to say it then. Welcome to the railway, Five, and hope you have a great time with us, mate. Hear, hear. I'm always glad to see more engines being saved from the cut of torch. Besides, I used to have a colleague out on the Somerset and Dorset Joint Railway called Number 5, so I'm sure we'll make great friends.
I'd imagine so. I've been working on the Somerset coalfields for most of my life. Do you know what happened to the Great Fire at Kelling Colliery back in
1958? Yeah, we did hear about that. Were you there?
Indeed, I was. It was like any other day, sun shining, birds singing, all that jazz. Anyway, me and my buddy number 9 had just clocked off shift, and we were making our way up to the pit heads.
As Five retold his story to the other engines, Caracas smiled as he drifted off to sleep, looking forward to starting work the next day.
The judge to the bleachers! All right.
Caracas woke early the next morning as his fire warmed. He was feeling positive about his first day at his new home, hoping that everything went smoothly. Once his boiler had reached operational pressure, and when his crew had checked them all over, Caracas moved off shed for the first time, ready to head over to the fuel side to stock up on coal and water, ready for his first journey along the line. But even then, things didn't go quite as smoothly as he wanted them to. When he arrived, he saw there was already a queue of engines waiting to take on fuel, and Dave was being rather selfish when it came to the coal tower. Come on, Dave, how much coal do you want? I've got a busy day ahead of me, Brian. You had all day yesterday to get coal. So did you and everyone else. Now hold on a minute. My fireman's checking that this lot's good enough for me. Oh, give me a break. You just run on porridge. Caracas wasn't impressed. Now, come on, gents. Let's just collect our fuel and be done with it, eh? We have a railway to run after all. Yeah, we do. But you lot can wait your bloody turn. I got here first. Therefore, it's my discretion of what quality of coal I take. At these words, everybody began complaining loudly. Caracas sighed as he waited. Eventually, Caracas finally got his cold water and was finally ready to run through the station and turn around on the turntable so that he could face the right way. However, there was a problem. How am I supposed to turn around when the turntable's on the other side of the station? Sorry about that, Caracas. My orders were to add coaching to all platforms so that the following train could follow yours straight after. Tender first. You'll have to run tender first on the return journey anyway, mate. This is our only turntable at the moment. Oh, right. Slightly disappointed, Caracas rolled cautiously up to his train, being careful not to bump the coaches, and passengers began boarding. Many took a double take as he simmered at the head of the train, as regular passengers had never seen him before. At this, Caracas smiled to himself, but he wouldn't be smiling for long.
Sounds like a chicken.
When everybody was on board, Caracas sounded his chime whistle as his driver released the brakes. The sound of his exhaust echoed in the early morning gloom as he moved off slowly. However, almost immediately, he thought there was something wrong. Funny, this train feels heavier than it should do. Well, I haven't pulled a passenger train for a long time. I guess I've grown a little weak over the years. As the last coach cleared the station, he felt a knock from the coaches, and moments later, the train brakes came on. Straddling the running lines into the station, Caracas ground to a halt. What's happened?
Something's wrong. The emergency brakes have come on.
They saw the guard walking along the tracks towards them, looking flustered.
What's with the emergency stop?
What? We didn't stop the train.
Well, neither did I.
Must have knocked something.
I suppose I better check with the passengers. See if someone's pulled the emergency cord.
He clambered back into the train, returning a few minutes later.
Well, nobody's pulled a cord. Try taking the brakes off again.
So the driver released the brake handle, but was surprised by what he saw.
Well, that's not normal. We're only showing 15 inches on the gauge.
It should read 21.
Weird. Must be a brake pipe loose somewhere. I'll go have a look.
Again, the guard wandered down towards the other end of the train. Caracas felt awful as he stood there. Had he caused the problem somehow? The guard didn't think so when he returned to the front of the train.
You say the brakes are at 15?
Yes.
Well, I've just taken a look at the brake reading on each coach. Most are part off, but the rear coach's brakes are hard on, and the handbrakes are all off.
I've never heard of that happening before.
Must be a defective brake cylinder or something. But we won't know for sure until we give it a full examination. Besides, I'm not taking that coach out until the problem has been identified. I'll move the passengers into different coaches and see if Ryan will take the coach back to the station.
So, 10 minutes later, and already half an hour behind schedule, Ryan pulled away the last coach, which squealed as he pulled it into the bay platform out of the way. Caracas was, by now, feeling very embarrassed indeed, as his driver, the fireman, and the guard checked the brakes again. This time, they came off easily, as the gauge showed 21 inches, meaning that all the brakes were fully off this time. Without any further delay, Caracas got moving again, and this time the train felt much lighter and followed easily. He steamed out of the station and down the line, worrying that he had already failed to impress his owner and the railway's manager before he'd even finished a complete journey. Later that afternoon, Mr. Dark came to see him as he waited to take out another train. "Hello, Caracas." "Oh, hello, sir. I heard about what happened this morning, and I'm very sorry if I embarrassed you, sir. Needless to say that I feel awful about the whole incident, and what are you talking about? You haven't embarrassed me, and you've got nothing to apologise for." "Really, sir? Jam breaks on coaching could happen to anyone at any time. It happened to a visitor just a few months ago. So please, don't worry about it, Caracas. You're doing a grand job. And from what I heard earlier, you certainly entertained the passengers on Upway Bank with your loud exhaust." Caracas grinned as Mr. Dark walked away. Though his first day hadn't gone quite to plan, Caracas felt better by the time his shift ended. The other engine sympathised with his plight, knowing the difficulties of stubborn or worn-out brake systems on coaches, and didn't tease him too much, knowing that he'd have wanted to make a good impression at his new home. Five turned up later in the evening, having been at Axley all day. He listened as Caracas told him about the day. But Mr. Dark wasn't upset about it, at least. So as far as first days go, it could have been a lot worse.
Indeed it could have. I remember my first day at Backwell Colliery. Derailed, didn't I? Bloody catch points caught me while I was shunting.
Shame.
Doesn't matter though. What matters is we both did quite well today. I think that this could be the one that's going to count.
Meaning?
Meaning this could be very well our permanent home from now on. So we better behave ourselves and not cause too many accidents.
Me? Cause accidents? Perish the thought, my friend. Five chuckled as the two engines settled down for the night, relatively pleased that their first day on the railway hadn't been quite a complete disaster. Bouts of bad weather hampered progress on the permanent way work around the line, but by late August, the railway had been reopened to the newly rebuilt Axley station, and work at the junction had finally been completed. All that was left to do was finish repairing the track work to Colhapper, which Alan had been working very
Doing your
hard to
laundry?
One stormy Sunday evening in September 1970, Alan returned to Morecambe Sheds in high spirits, bustling and looking very pleased with himself. Ryan looked sceptical.
Oh, sorry about
Why are you
that.
so happy, mate? It's a miserable day. Have a guess. Go on. Did you have 5 out on a date or something? I know you've been spending a lot of time with him, and don't be an idiot, Ryan. We finished it. Finished what? The track repairs to Colhapper. Ryan seemed puzzled for a moment, then it clicked. Oh, you finished the repairs? That's what I said. Mr. Dark and the DRPS and chairman have signed off the work this afternoon. The permanent way gangs have done a fabulous job, aided by me, of course. And Theo and Otto, who've probably done all the heavy shunting work at Soma, and Five, who've been helping at the junction, and Eddie, who've been bringing the trains of ballast and steel down here. Don't take this away from me, Ryan. Ryan chuckled. Anyway, overheard Mr. Dark and Mr. Chairman speaking at the junction. They're planning a reopening train over the new extension soon. At these words, Caracas Smash, who had been resting a few shed roads away chatting to Dave, perked up. Ah, a special train. I suppose Mr. Dark will ask me to take it. Not bloody likely, mate. I bet I'll be able to take it. Carracus frowned. But you're a mixed traffic engine. You're a mixed traffic engine too, dude. But no ifs, no buts. We're both mixed traffic engines, so either one of us could be asked to take the train. I suppose you're right. But I do feel that it would be more appropriate for a large engine like myself to take it. Keep dreaming, buddy. If anything, Turbo will probably take it, or Raymond if it doesn't break down again or complain about his drafty cab. It turned out Dave was wrong, however. Mr. Dark approached the sheds one morning whilst the engines were being prepared for work. He approached Alan, who was speaking to Nemo regarding some trucks at the junction the previous day, and was surprised to see Mr. Dark approaching him, fearing a bollocking about said trucks. Good morning, Alan. Look, sir, if it's about those trucks, Lino can tell you. They were being rude and obnoxious to Groundstar. I wasn't going to take that. No, Alan, it's not about the Wait, what happened? Alan sighed. Doesn't matter, sir. What's up? Alan, I've come to speak to you about something quite special which I'd like you to do. Alan looked dubious as some of the other engines looked over. And what would that be, sir? Well, as you know, I'm planning a special reopening service to Kohlhapper to take place next week. And I wanted to ask you if you'd like to pull that first train up to Kohlhapper from the junction. The other engines looked completely shocked, none more so than Carracus Smash. Alan thought about this for a moment. Are you sure, sir? I'm not a passenger engine after all, and I've never pulled a passenger train before. Look, Alan, you've been working extremely hard over the last few months with the permanent way team. You've spent entire nights out there to make sure that the work is done, and you've shown true commitment to your work. Because of that, I cannot think of a more appropriate engine to take that first train over the new extension. Alan looked abashed. Well, sir, I'd love to. Fabulous! Now, the problem is we have no run-round facilities at Kohlhapper at present, so this first train will need to be top and tail. So I'm leaving it to you to decide who you'd like to go with you, Alan. Alan looked around at his friends. All looked expectantly at him. He found it difficult just then to decide who he wanted to help him with that first train, and faltered. Mr. Dark looked up at him. Well, I'll give you a few days to make a decision, Alan, all right? Yes, sir. Excellent. Now then, I better get back to work. This paperwork's driving me mental. Mr. Dark strode away. Alan turned his attention back to the other engines, who were all looking at him in an unusual way. Then Dave spoke. So then, Alan, old buddy, old pal, who are you thinking about to take the train with you? I really don't know. Well, I've always been very supportive of you, Alan, and I am one of your best friends after all. When have you ever been supportive of me? Well, there was that one time. You've never been supportive of Alan, Dave. I, meanwhile, am actually properly Alan's best friend. Isn't that right, mate? Well, yeah, you are my best friend. So, you wanted me to help you with the special train, then? Well, I think I could give you a hand, Alan. You know, being a bigger diesel than you means I can give you some actual help, unlike Ryan, who isn't anywhere near powerful enough to help you out. I'll have you know that I pulled a passenger train once when you broke down at Soma. That was over 10 years ago, Ryan. Let go of the past. I think you're all forgetting, chaps, that passengers will want to see a steam engine working this opening train. I'm sure Alan will accept my offer to come with you, won't you, Alan? I'm not going to lie, Lino. You are rather small and old. What does age have to do with this? I'm still a capable engine, but not as capable as me. If any engine here should take that first train, it's me. I don't see why I shouldn't have a shot. I'm a suburban passenger engine after all, so I'd be more of a help for accelerating away from the stations and giving Alan a push if he needs it. Aren't we all forgetting that I'm painted in the railway's house colours? Therefore, I'd be better for advertising. But you're a lazy bastard, as you said yourself. So are you. Well, I'm certainly not a lazy engine. Therefore, my offer still stands, doesn't it, Alan? Alan was very upset. He knew that everybody wanted a shot at being on the first train to Kohlhapper, but he didn't want to be part of any arguments, or cause any, among the other engines. He slept at Woolchurch that night, thinking. The next day, he rolled cautiously down to Axley, where Hannah was waiting to take a passenger train back up the line. She hadn't been at the shed the previous day, but he knew that she had probably heard the news from Dave and the others. All right, Hannah. Hello, Alan. Are you feeling okay today? Yeah, no, not really. I didn't think you would. I heard about what happened. You're not going to try and convince me to choose you too, are you? Absolutely not. I've got no interest in publicity stunts, to be honest. You deserve to be able to make your own choice after who helped you. I know. I just don't want to cause any arguments or upsets with anybody. And I know what everyone's trying to do. Pretending to like me just so they can go beyond the junction. Nobody's pretending to like you, Alan. We all like you. And likewise, we all know how hard you've been working recently. I think everybody's just excited about the extension, of course. But being first isn't the be-all and end-all. Then what do I do? Who do I choose? I need to pick someone. Think of engines who have been working as hard as you have, and those who've been sincere at the moment, and you'll find that you can make the right decision. Good luck, Alan. Thanks, Hannah. I'll think about it. Hannah hurried away, as Alan rolled off to the junction to be alone and think a little. For the next few days, Alan kept a close eye on everyone. Dave, surprisingly, had shut up about the whole thing, but he suspected that was more to do with Hannah telling him off about getting in Alan's face. Ryan, too, apologised for unintentionally upsetting his best friend and agreed to help Alan think of someone who deserved to be helping out on that special train. After much deliberation, Alan finally made a choice and sought out Mr. Dark late in the evening. Sir? Hello, Alan. Sir, I've made a decision on who I'd like to help me pull that special train. Oh, really? And who would that be? Alan paused for a moment and told Mr. Dark who he'd chosen. So you're sure then? Absolutely. Then I'll make sure the necessary arrangements are made. Thank you, Alan. Quite all right, sir. Just, can you keep it a secret until the day? Of course. The morning of the special to Colhapper arrived. Alan, who wasn't hauling the train until it arrived at Gallant Junction, had left early to wait at the station. Time went by, and soon he heard an engine approaching. Oh, hello, you. Alan, why did you choose me to do this? I told you I didn't like publicity stunts. Oh, I know, but I thought this would be the best way. Why? I thought it'd be better that someone who didn't want to do it should do it. That way the others won't feel too bad about it. Also, despite what you told me, I think you've been working really hard over the last few months. And of course, of everybody, you were the most supportive of me. So this is my thank you for helping me make my choice. Hannah didn't know what to say, but she didn't have to say anything as Alan smiled at her. But then he frowned. I'm well nervous, Hannah. I've never pulled a passenger train before. You'll be fine, Alan. I'm at the back of the train if you need me. If you need any help, just toot the horn. All righty. Thanks, Hannah. So Hannah headed for the rear of the train, whilst Alan was coupled up at the front. Mr. Dark, Mr. Smash, and Mr. Chairman had all come down to the front of the train to see Alan. Nervous? Very. No need to be, Alan. I'm sure you'll do great.
And we all agree that you are indeed the most appropriate engine to take the first train to Colhapper. After everything you've done for the Preservation Society to get this railway back on track, so to speak, you truly deserve to be the first engine to haul the passengers over the extension.
Good luck, Alan. Thank you, sirs. Once everybody was back on board, the guard waved his flag, and Alan roared into life. It felt very strange to be taking coaches out of what was once the main line, but he knew that, nervous or not, he wanted to do Mr. Dark proud. Smiling to himself and feeling rather exposed, he hurried away along the line. Alan began to struggle as he approached the incline outside the station, so he tooted his horn so that Hannah could help him. She did so, and soon they were over the top and coasting down towards the large town of Colhapper. As they approached, Alan was shocked to see that on their newly acquired platform, hundreds of people were waiting to watch him arrive. Some snapped pictures as he entered the station, whilst others took videos with their big cameras. Despite his nerves, Alan couldn't help grinning as he came to a stop at the far end of the platform. Mr. Dark, Mr. Smash, and Mr. Chairman all walked up to him. Very well done indeed, Alan. Thanks, Mr. Smash, but Hannah did most of the work. We heard, but still, first time pulling a passenger train then, Alan. How'd it feel? Pretty good, actually, sir.
Very impressive stuff. Now then, gentlemen, I suppose we better make our speeches.
Indeed, we should. The three men made a very long and boring speech in the middle of the platform, congratulating the efforts of the Dark Railway Preservation Society for their work on the extension, bigging up Mr. Dark for his purchase of the line and part of the station, and managing to publicise Mr. Smash slightly for his work too. Alan fell asleep partway through the speech, but was woken up again as his name was called. And I'd like to make a personal thank you to a very special engine today. Without his help, none of this would have been made possible today, due to his hard work on the repairs to the track work between here and Gallen Junction. So, I'd like to lead a round of applause for my diesel shunter, Alan. Alan awoke as a thunderous applause rang out around the station. The multiple unit in the other platform sneered, but Alan ignored him as Mr. Dark continued to address the crowd, thanking Hannah for her help that day too. Eventually, it was time to head back to Mircoombe. Alan helped to bank Hannah out of the station, but was very tired afterwards. Instead of being uncoupled at Gallen Junction, Hannah offered to take him back to Mircoombe with the train, for which he was very grateful indeed. When they arrived back, Alan was uncoupled, but didn't immediately depart for the sheds. He was worried about how the other engines would react to his decision. Hannah, though, wasn't having any of that. Come on, Alan, I'm sure everything will be fine. But what if it's not? Then I'll crush their cylinders against the shed walls. All right, calm down. However, to Alan's surprise, everybody seemed rather happy to see the pair of them. Alan, Hannah, how'd it go? Very well indeed. Mr. Dark seems happy with the investment at least. Did he do one of those boring speeches? Well, of course he did. I nearly dozed off at one point. And how was it for you, Alan? Interesting, I guess. I've never pulled coaching before. Pretty boring compared to shunting and P-way. And what's the extension like? It's only about 2 miles at most. Not really anything interesting to see. I can agree with that. Not the most thrilling section of railway, but it's still a longer run for us. It gives us somewhere to somewhere runs at long last. I think I'll stick to my shunting jobs in future, mind. You're not sure you're not mad about my decision, by the way? Nah. We decided that Hannah was indeed the best engine to help you out after all. She didn't make any fuss about it, unlike us. I told you it'd be fine, Alan. Gee, thanks everyone. Guess didn't have to anything to worry about after all. Of course not, Alan. We're all friends, remember? Yes, we are. Thanks everyone. Alan settled down that evening feeling much happier that his decision hadn't led to any upsets or arguments. Besides, he thought to himself, the other engines would all get their chance to run to Colhatha in time. He, meanwhile, was perfectly happy to do his shunting jobs and let the big engine get on with pulling trains. The newly opened extension had all of the engines excited, and quite a few of the humans too. Not only could passengers now change trains between the British Rail and the Dark Railway again, but new contracts suddenly became more viable again, such as mail and freight train between Kolhapur and Mirkum. The engines spent many nights talking about it, but one morning, something changed at Mirkum sheds that took their minds off the Kolhapur extension completely. Good morning, Hannah. Hannah stirred. Morning, Dave. Good night. What the? Dave looked out into the yard, spotting a large black steam engine idling around near the carriage sheds. No, it can't be. What? Look over there. She looked. That's a 9F, yeah, and I think I know who it is. Dave called out, waking up the other engines. Gary! Gary! Is that you? The engine looked over.
Well,
Oh, you're not Gary.
Gary? What's a Gary? I've never heard of such a ridiculous word in my entire life. Unless you mean Gary the bouncing glitter ball, in which case he was a thieving bloody sausage, he was.
Huh? The engine ignored him.
Now then. Who is it here that has the fine pleasure of meeting me on this lovely morning?
I think a more important question is, who the hell are you? I didn't know we had a new engine arriving.
Oh, I didn't arrive, you see. I was kidnapped by these weird, freaky alien things in the big flat lorry they had. They tried to nick me special stash, but I fought them off with my quick wit, my skill, and a promise of a nice cup of tea by the end of the journey. There were no survivors.
Caracas Smash opened a bleary eye. When he spotted the 9F, he groaned. Oh no.
Oh, bugger, not you again. I thought I told you last time never to darken my doorway again so long as we both shall live and I now pronounce you man and wife.
Caracas groaned again as he went back to sleep, leaving everyone bewildered. Hannah, however, giggled. So, my mate asked you a question. Who are you?
Oh, the answer to that question is something that neither you nor your little friends will ever be able to quite comprehend the majesty of.
Name?
Very well, if you insist. I am the great and mighty Barry.
Barry. Right. Well, hello, Barry. Welcome, I guess.
Hey, there's only one engine in these parts who's allowed to get away with saying that word, and that's that silly little compound in the back over there.
What? Me?
Yes, indeed, you. What, your silly nasally accent and your funny catchphrases and your thumbs up and your t-shirts. I don't know what this world is coming to. I really don't.
How the? Everybody was very confused. So, where'd you come from, mate? Who owns you?
Hey, Barry is not owned by anyone. Barry is his own strong, independent steam engine, and he doesn't need no boss. He answers to Barry and Barry alone, and that is that.
I'm not sure you're quite right in the smoke box there, mate.
Oi, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just a good old mighty Barry, and I have come to these parts today to let you in on a very important secret about the world.
Secret?
Yes, indeed, little one. The truth is that everything you see in these parts, the carriage shed, the coal chute, that bird taking a shit on that box over there, it's all nothing but a filthy lie spread by the government to try and discredit me and everything that I stand for. Oh, they're crafty, they are. But I have been working tirelessly for years on end, trying to convince the world that the only way forward is to accept the inevitable that is coming, and sit down and have a nice cup of tea and some chicken pies.
Hannah couldn't help herself. She burst out laughing as Barry looked over.
Oh dear, is that farmer lass with the big massive cylinders?
How do you know Hannah?
Oh yes, she's my therapist, she is.
Hannah continued to laugh as the engine became more and more perplexed. Nobody seemed to get a sensible word out of the engine, until a familiar face entered the yard looking relieved. There you are, Barry.
Oh fuck, I've been rumbled.
Mr. Smash walked over to him. I've been so worried. How did you get here?
Oh, nice to see you too, Mr. Smashmouth.
Well, I wasn't supposed to have dropped you off until tomorrow.
Oh, I blackmailed the blokes who were taking me, sir. I discovered their dark and dirty secret, you see. What they were doing to those poor, innocent jars of coffee beans. Burying them alive in the garden like that. Anyways, I told them if they took me here early, they could keep their coffee beans as well as a nice jar of head lice.
Well, the important thing is that you've arrived. Are you getting on well with the others?
Oh, they're all a bunch of silly tossers, sir.
Says you. You're mental.
Hey, Barry is love, and Barry is life. You remember that, Sonny Jim, or else there'll be hell to pay.
Mr. Smash turned to the Dark Railway engines. Sorry about Barry. He's a bit unusual.
I most certainly am not. I am the most usual person in this entire galaxy and the next three over. Now then, where's me cup of tea and me biscuits?
Barry,
Asked Reeves.
you don't drink tea and you don't eat biscuits.
I think you'll find that I can do whatever I like. And if I want to eat cups of tea and drink biscuits, then that is my decision and nobody else's. You get me?
Anyway, Barry's here to help out. He's my engine, and I hope he doesn't confuse you too much or cause too much hassle. Caracas opened his eyes again at the sound of his owner's voice. Hello, Mr. Smash. All right. Not now. Why did you bring him here?
Him has a name, you know, you great racist pile of chicken.
He drove me mental at your works, and now he's going to drive everyone else crazy.
Oi, I'll have you know, Car Crash, that I have no intention of driving anybody crazy round here. There's only one person in these parts who could even be associated with that word correctly, and that is that silly little nutter, Mr. Shattered Glass.
I'm literally right here, Barry.
I don't think so, you filthy imposter. You are nothing more than a figment of my imagination, and I would most appreciate it, therefore, if you could stop telling me to watch my manners, Potter.
Everybody groaned as Mr. Smash walked away.
Hey, up.
Ah! Barry! Don't do that! What do you want?
That tall bloke in the black suit and the evil-possessed eyes said you were supposed to show me round, so I can finally discover the airspeed velocity of a squirrel on opium.
All right, fine. Give me a few minutes. Once Carcass was ready, the two engines headed out to the station. To avoid a light engine move, they were offered to take a freight train down to Axley. Barry was pleased.
Oh, excellent. I like these little wooden boxes on wheels, I do.
The trucks giggled. They hadn't seen a proper freight engine for years and were excited. Do you want to go in front, Barry?
Oh, why not? It means I can finally explore this world around me rather than looking at your fat ass.
All right then. So the two engines were coupled up and they headed away. Barry seemed very intrigued with the railway as the two engines descended the hill towards Axley. He asked Caracas all sorts of questions, but unfortunately, being a relative newcomer to the railway, he didn't have all the answers that Barry wanted. The train soon arrived at Axley, where the two engines dropped off the trucks in the goods loop. Caracas saw that Lena was waiting to depart with a passenger train, while Five were chatting with him between trains. Barry,
Carrot cake?
I'm going to head down to Junction and collect another train. Will you be all right here for a while?
Oh, don't you worry about me, Khakis. I'll be on the bestest behaviour that's ever behaved, as usual.
I'll believe that when I see it. So Caracas departed, whistling to Five as he went. Five decided to have a chat with the big engine whilst he waited for Eddie to arrive with some ballast trucks.
All right, Barry, it's been a while since I last saw you.
Well, that's because you are small, black, Scottish, and full of sausages.
Well, I'm surprised to see you here. I thought Mr. Smash wanted you to go somewhere else.
Oh, he did. He wanted me to go off to Newcastle and be a bloody carrier pigeon. But I put my foot down and I said, no, you silly tosser. I want to go where the sun shines, the birds explode, and the engines turn into ghosts from time to time.
Right, okay. Well, I'm glad you're here. We could use a big, powerful engine to help deal with the heavy passenger traffic.
Passengers? Don't be soft. I don't do passengers. I eat 'em.
Well, the line's primarily passenger orientated, mate. I don't think you have much of a choice.
Oi, listen here, Five Alive. My name is Barry, and Barry does what Barry wants.
Five sighed as Lino spoke. What's taking him so long? Eddie should have cleared the branch line by now. I've got passengers here who want to get up to Soma and... But a loud whistle interrupted him, for Eddie had come into view, but he was travelling very fast as he rounded the curve into the station.
Look out, he's going to crash.
Run away. Oi, watch where you're going, you lunatic.
Sorry. I think I took too many trucks. They pushed me.
Hey up, no need to worry about that. We'll soon stop that nonsense.
Barry rolled beside the trucks.
Hey up, have you lot been being the little demon sponge that you are again or something?
No.
Well, let me tell you this, Sonny Jim. My name is Barry, and Barry is love, and Barry is life. And if I ever catch any of you annoying these little puffing pots again, you'll have me to answer to. Okay?
And what exactly will you do?
Oh, trust me, Sonny Jim. You don't want to know.
The trucks, looking at the size of Barry, didn't argue.
Right then, this lot need to go into hiding somewhere. Where were they off to, Five Oaks?
Oh, they should be going back up to Mirkum.
Hey up, no worries. I'll take 'em and show 'em not to act like silly little Danish pastries around the great and mighty Barry.
So, without waiting for authorization, Barry headed out of the yard, ahead of Lino, who cursed loudly as the line was blocked once again. Barry soon arrived back at Woolchurch, but was presented with a red signal.
Hey up, why are you red?
Turbo had broken down on the hill, and we're waiting for another engine to come and rescue him.
Oh, I don't think so. I'm not waiting for some silly broken down box. I have tea to drink and I have cutlery to store. I'll give him a push.
So, ignoring the station master and the defiantly red signal, Barry headed up the hill with his train in tow. He found Turbo halfway up between Woolchurch and Upway. Barry buffered up to the back of the train and gave a tremendous shove.
Oi, get out of my way, you great rectangular pile of arse biscuits. I'll give you the roughest shunt you'll ever have in your lifetime. Cheeky.
Oh, careful. Barry didn't listen as he shoved the train into motion. Barry forced Turbo, his coaches, and his own trucks right up Upway Bank without breaking a sweat, only stopping to let passengers in and out at Manston 4 before proceeding to power the entire train into Mircombe Station, to general applause from the passengers.
Oi, get away from me, you silly creatures. I need a cuppa.
Barry reversed out of the station as the passengers looked on, confused. Later on, Turbo was brought back to the shed to be checked over. It turned out he'd burnt out some of his traction motors while climbing the hill and would need a full inspection to assess any further damage done to him. Barry was unconcerned. He simply buggered off into the shed without a word. Mr. Dark came over to see him. Thank you for rescuing Turbo today, Barry.
If I didn't rescue him, he was in my way, and I will not stand for any more of these silly shenanigans.
Well, thank you regardless. Is there any way I can thank you?
Well, now that you mention it, there is one little thing that you can do for me. Go to the shop and buy me 100 tea bags. Go rob a shop and get me 100 tea bags. Go to the bank, steal the money, and then get me 150 tea bags. me a bottle of gin. Ring up the Americans and tell them they can't cook chicken pies anywhere near as good as the English. Get me road wheel so we can go and have a look at that chicken pie factory. Okay, if you insist, I'll just settle for a nice cup of tea and a chicken pie.
"1971 began with an exciting return to the railway. Sir Eustace Missenden had returned from his overhaul at Mr. Smash's works, and was very pleased to be home. He had missed his friends greatly, and happily spent his first day back discussing the news. Due to his time at the works, he was already familiar with Carracus Smash, Five, and Barry, and despite Barry's apparent insanity, he got on quite well with him. "So, Barry, I heard that Mr. Smash was sending you elsewhere rather than here with us."
Oh, aye, he was. He was planning to send me to Barbados, but I put my foot down and I told him, "No, you silly tosser. Going somewhere hot would ruin my complexion and could potentially make me break out in horrible sores and head lice.
"Well, I'm happy to see you, of course."
And the world is happy for your existence too. Now then, I think it's time I went and got a nice cup of tea."
Soon, a new fast freight train had been introduced, which was brought to Colhapper from the nearby docks, and was taken over by a dark railway engine for further transit to Mirku. The cargo carried by these trains, though, was
Alright, what am I facing and I'll
no,
fix the
Barry,
game.
not chickens, fish.
Fish? Don't be daft, Sonny Jim. You can't make good pies out of fish. Unless you're one of those madmen who likes fisherman's pie or admiral's pie or banoffee pie.
Well, it doesn't involve you anyway, Barry. Myself and Turbo will be taking these trains exclusively, apparently. Barry didn't like the smugness of Raymond's voice.
Hey, why can't I take those trains? I'm more than capable of handling a few fishy fingers, I am.
It's probably because it's a late night train, and it's probably easier for Diesel to take these trains.
Well, I'll soon see about that nonsense. I'll go and show Lord Light that I should be in charge of those poor little fishies.
However, Mr. Dark wasn't convinced. "Look, Barry, I know you like pulling goods trains, but I'd much prefer Raymond and Turbo workmen."
This is racism, this is.
"It's not racism. They're quieter for the late night work, and besides, they are allowed to go beyond Colhapper to the goods loop to pick up the trains, and steam engines aren't really allowed beyond the station limits, I'm afraid."
Well, I understand completely, but I'll have you know that I am extremely upset about all this. I'll be writing an angry letter to my local member of parliament about all this. You'll see.
Barry puffed sadly away. Usually, Raymond or Turbo would head down to Colchester late in the evening to train, the Red Herring, which amused the Diesels greatly. They would wait at the station till the train was dropped off, then pick it up, and quickly run it up to Mirku, where the crates of fish were unloaded and transported elsewhere by vans and lorries. Things were quite normal for a couple of weeks, apart from the bad smell that became associated with the two diesels whenever they ran the train. Certainly gives new meaning to the term smelly diesel. We can't help the smell. The trains are important. Well, you two could certainly use an air freshener and a wash down when you do take it. We do, but the smell of cod and kipper and herring does seem to hang around these long afterwards. Rather you two than myself, of course. The stench of fish is not benefiting of an engine such as myself. Yeah, you two can keep your stinky fish trains. But one night, something unusual happened when Turbo arrived to take the train. The usual diesel who brought the train up was nowhere to be seen, and Turbo noticed there were lots of different men checking over the vans in the darkness. Funny, why are there so many ground staff tonight? He brushed it off as he went to collect the train. Everything went as usual throughout the journey, until he arrived at Meerkoom. Usually, he was allowed to wait around whilst the train was unloaded, but found himself being stopped short of the goods platform.
Turbo, we need you to come off the train here, I'm afraid.
Why?
Operational reasons.
So Turbo was disconnected from the train. Then he was asked to run around to the back and push the train into the end of the siding before being dismissed. But as he left, he watched as more mysterious men arrived and converged on the vans. He returned to the sheds much earlier than everyone anticipated. Running ahead of schedule tonight, Turbo.
And why can't I smell any fish? Have you been bunking off work again? Because if you have, I'm afraid I shall have to consult the authorities about this, you know.
No, I wasn't allowed to stay behind tonight. Operational reasons, apparently. The men who were being weird and secretive, though, was very strange.
Ew, this sounds like the beginnings of a lovely conspiracy theory. Your old buddy knows exactly what's going on here, and it is definitely about sausages.
What are you on about, Barry?
Well, clearly, as Turboway doesn't stink of those wretched little creatures that lives in the pineapples under the sea, I firmly believe that he skipped work tonight and instead went off to the sausage factory to buy some turnips and cows.
I didn't bunk off work, and I didn't go into any sausage factories.
Well, then, there's definitely something fishy going on here, then. Perhaps you actually brought up a governmental contingency of secret weaponry designed to destroy us all. Or at the very least, destroy the carriage sightings because they've been looking at me funny again. I see you over there, you bastards! I did nothing to you, and you have photographic evidence to prove it!
Are you sure it wasn't a fish train, Turbo? They were definitely fish vans.
Then that settles it. There's a cheeky conspiracy going on here, and we're going to have to team up, Avengers style, to find out exactly what silly shenanigans are going on here.
There's nothing going on, Barry. It's probably just for operational reasons tonight, as Turbo said.
Oh, I don't think so. Barry is love, and Barry is a private investigator for this quaint little logging railroad. And I'll find out what's going on here if it's the last thing that I ever do.
Despite Barry's insistence that they would be able to quickly discover what was going on with the fish train, he didn't learn much over the next few weeks. Raymond and Turbo reported no further strangeness as time went on, but Barry was convinced that something was up, and soon took to haunting the station in the dead of night whenever the red herring fish train was due in. Weeks later, Raymond was due to bring up the fish train. Like Turbo before, he noticed that this time there were different people hanging around the train as he picked it up in Colhapper, and when he arrived at Meerkoom, he was stopped just before he entered the station, being asked, like Turbo had, to push the train in for operational reasons. Barry happened to be hanging around at the end of the mainline platforms and quietly watched as the train was shunted into the goods platform. Once Raymond left, he tried to see what the men were unpacking, but it was so dark he couldn't see them. In any case, he couldn't smell any fish.
Ew, that's intriguing, that is.
Unfortunately, one of the men heard him.
Hey, you! Get out of here! This is private business! I'm not even doing anything, you delectable piece of beefsteak. What's like you run packing anyway? None of your business. Now go. You can't make me go anywhere. Oh yeah? Go on then, Sonny Jim, fight me.
But Barry felt himself begin to move.
Boy, I'm trying to investigate here.
Orders, orders, Barry. We better get out of the dodge.
You fucking punk.
Barry rolled into the yard and immediately headed over to Turbo and Babel, who were speaking to Eustace regarding the mystery. I don't get it. There wasn't any operational need for me to shunt those fish vans into the yard. Interesting. And you say there were different lorries there again? That's what I said.
Well, there really is something going on with those silly fish trains.
What do you mean?
I saw them unloading some mysterious crates of stuff, and then they told me to go away. I mean, how rude is that? Then driver chickened out and brought me back here faster than Dave when Mr. Dart found his stash of dirty magazines last week.
So, it's not fish in those vans?
Well, I think there's fish in there most of the time. Otherwise you two wouldn't come back smelling like disgusting addicts most of the time. But it seems that some of your trains are carrying some rather interesting brownies, and tonight was one of them.
What is it?
I don't know, but I want to find out. It'll be dangerous, full of hijinks and perilous situations, but I'll find the way. Barry always does.
But Barry found out Jackal.
Blackshades,
Barry, how can I help you?
we've come to a bit of an impasse, sir. We want to know what's on those mystery fish trains that those two blower boxes bring up here sometimes.
What are you on about? The red herring's just a fish train.
Oh, no, it isn't. Barry discovered their little secret last night. There's weird little men and crates of something other than fish coming out of those vans on some nights, and we want answers. Not silly answers, not magic roundabout answers, proper answers with a nice little Christmas bow on them, if you please.
I honestly don't know what you're on about.
But you're the Fat Controller. You know everything, even the colour of that Mercedes-Benz sat in the car park at Upway. Surely you should know what's being transported on your line.
I don't deal directly with that one, because British Rail bring it to us, and we're just contracted to bring it to Mirku. The manifesto for all these trains have simply been fish.
But those men that were unloading it last night, they were being more secretive than your midget twins.
I don't think it's anything for you or the others to really worry about, Barry. Now go back to work like a good engine.
Oh, but I'm not a good engine. I will find out what's going on here, with or without your help.
Barry soon got a fantastic idea.
Oi, Turbo, Raymond,
What? What?
I've just had a fantastic idea, just like the narrator man said.
And what would that be?
You two cardboard rectangles need to break down.
Oh, easy. Done. You know, I'm not feeling so good myself. I'll have to have a few days off work.
Excellent. Now I shall take your trains for the next few weeks, and we'll see what's what.
Despite Mr. Dark's assurances that a diesel should take the train, Barry somehow convinced him otherwise, and one night Barry found himself at Colhapper. As predicted, he had chosen his night well. The train was already waiting for him in the loop, and the ground staff seemed most disapproving of seeing a steam engine taking their train. Barry rolled up quickly to shouts from the ground staff. Careful you! This train is fragile!
It's only fish.
That's what you think.
Oh, I know this lot isn't fish, and I'm going to find out what it is.
The staff members walked away as Barry was coupled up. He headed out into the night, being careful to bump the trucks as viciously as he could. Being used to trucks, Barry asked them what was inside them on the way up to Mirku, but even they didn't know. And by the time they arrived at Mirku, Barry was no closer to discovering what was in the vans. As he approached, he saw a man waiting on the trackside.
Stop right there. Well, we need you to come off the train. For an operational reason, I assume. Yes. Well, I don't think so. I'm taking this train to the station and waiting for it to be unloaded, and you can't stop me. I bloody well can.
No, you can't. The man was surprised to see Mr. Dark walking towards him. I have reason to believe that Barry is right about this particular train. This is highly unusual for such an apparently bog-standard train to have to complete this kind of manoeuvre, and as has been observed by other engines, some of these services don't smell of fish. As these goods are coming onto my railway, I demand to know what's in these vans. Now then, Barry, bring the train up to the platform. Let's see what's what. So Barry brought the trucks into the station, and Mr. Dark watched as the men began unloading the goods. It certainly wasn't fish. So, what's all this then? The manifesto says this train's supposed to be fish, but clearly this is not the case. Now, what is it? The man finally gave up.
All right, all right. Usually this is a standard fish train. However, my boss's company, DARPA Industries, sometimes have to order some unusual materials and bring them in here by rail. However, some of it has to be refrigerated. So we agreed with British Rail to replace the fish with our goods on some trains. We've been experiencing some industrial espionage recently, hence why we disguise our inbound goods as fish sometimes.
Then, why couldn't you just tell us?
Unfortunately, we didn't know if we could trust you or your staff, Mr. Dark. We are still worried about espionage, you see.
Well, I'm finding it difficult to trust you, your company, and British Rail now. We would have happily accommodated a special train now and again if we'd been informed.
As for that, I can only apologise.
I shall need to discuss this further with you and your boss and British Rail now, you understand? I cannot jeopardise the safety of my engines and staff due to the threat of some alleged industrial espionage.
I understand, and I shall make the necessary arrangements.
Barry was extremely pleased with his discovery, but thanks to Mr. Dark, he wasn't really allowed to tell any of the other engines about it yet, besides Raymond and Turbo. So some of those fish trains are actually special secret goods for DARPA Industries.
That's what Barry said.
So what's going to happen to it now?
Darky Lad says we now have to be told if we're taking an unusual train. Otherwise, we could explode, or be dismembered, or have our earrings eaten by sea monsters.
Well, at least that's settled, and he managed to solve the mystery. 257 would be proud.
I told you, Barry always finds the answer. Now then, I better go and tell everybody about all this.
But I thought you were allowed.
Since when do I do as I'm told? Barry does what Barry wants. Now then, I have secrets to reveal, conspiracies to confirm, and chicken pies to eat. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Raymond and Turbo sighed, and Barry ran away. As 1971 went on, the engines noticed the big change. They observed that the line's volunteers had taken away the track work in the old yard at Gannon Junction and had cleared away the weeds and overgrowth around the site. Though everybody asked questions, they didn't get any definitive answers, as the volunteers and Mr. Dark were being very secretive about what was going on. 5, however, had been working with the DRPS on the clear-up and knew exactly what was going on. But...
Sorry, everybody. I've been sworn to secrecy about the whole thing.
So you know what they're planning?
Sort of. The chairman told me to keep my lip buttoned because it's a big surprise and some things need to be finalized first, apparently. So they don't want to get everybody's hopes up.
Oh, go on, 5. We're all big engines here. We can take it. I'm not a big engine. Shut up.
I really shouldn't. Sorry, Sid, but I can't really tell you anything.
What if I blackmail you?
Dave, you've got nothing on me.
But I know your dirty little secret.
What secret?
Well, I can't say, can I? If I'm going to blackmail you with it.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm not saying anything and you can't make me.
With that, 5 stormed away. The engines began trying all sorts of things to get the information out of 5, but he wouldn't budge.
Listen up here, Maroon 5. Barry is love, and Barry is trustworthy.
Trustworthy? You told everyone the secret about the red herring, and you were told to keep that a secret, Barry.
Well, I've reformed now, haven't I? Besides, I'm just a good old Barry with plenty of investigatory and cooking skills. So spill the beans. But make sure you clean them up afterwards because they go rotten really quick if you don't put them back in the fridge.
I'm not telling you jack all.
Well, how rude.
Oh, come off it, 5. I'm one of your best friends. You're sure you can't tell me, old buddy, old pal?
Sorry, Caracas, but you know I'm entrusted with this secret, and I'm sure Mr. Dark or Mr. Chairman will tell you eventually.
Well, I sure admire your dedication, but I'm afraid I already know.
You do?
Oh, sure, yes. They're going to be building a new shed complex there, aren't they? The old one burned down and...
They aren't building a new shed there.
Ah, yes, right. Then it's definitely the other thing that I know of course. It's an events field for the DRPS, isn't it? That's right, yes, isn't it? Or is that the newfangled carriage siding I heard of and...
You know what you're trying to do here, and it isn't going to work. I'm not talking, and you'll just have to wait like everybody else.
Lino, however, was very supportive of 5 in his decision to keep quiet.
Please, Lino, don't ask about...
I wasn't going to. I fully expect you to uphold your honor and not tell us, if you're not allowed to. Besides, we will find out eventually.
Thanks, Lino. I appreciate the support. I'm fed up with everybody asking about what's happening at the junction.
Over in the yard, though, Phil and Otto were listening. I've had enough of all these secret keepings. It's time we found out what's going on. But if Mr. Dark won't tell us what's going on, and if Mr. Chairman's too busy scoffing his face with custard creams, how are we going to find out? Then I think it might be time we choose the only other target with any knowledge of the situation. Our little friend 5 here should be easy to extract the information out of. But if everyone else has tried and failed, what makes you think we can succeed? Oh, I think I can be very persuasive if need be. A few days later, 5 reported to work at Soma, hoping to take things off of mind. Mr. Chairman had congratulated him on his hard work of late, and he was feeling very productive. Until... Hello, 5. We've been expecting you.
Well, yeah. It is my day to work up here. I thought you two had the day off.
We do, but we want some answers, and we thought that right now is the best time to get them.
Answers? Oh, not this crap again. Told everyone else I can't tell anyone what's going on.
Oh, but I think you'll tell us. Because if you don't, we'll be forced to extract the information out of you.
What the?
Now, Five, tell us, what's going on at the junction?
I can't tell you.
Tell us or we'll fire.
You wouldn't dare.
I would. Now, tell us, without haste.
No.
Well, in that case... Theo, Otto, stop! Oh, hello, Lino. Want some Fry 5? No, stop it, you two idiots. You can't just threaten 5. Put that thing away right now, also help me. Or, how about no? We've been kept in the dark for too long now. We demand answers. And if you're going to get in the way, Lino, then we'll have to hurt you. Go on then. Do your worst. Fine. Theo, what are you doing with that thing? Nothing, sir. Sir, they're threatening to disintegrate me so they can interrogate 5 about the project at the junction. The project at the junction? Oh, that. Well, Theo, Otto, if you'd have been a tad more patient, I would have told you, seeing we're calling a meeting tonight to discuss the various going-ons around the line. Oh, really? Uh-huh. Oh, well, in that case. Sorry, old chap.
If you're crazy, get the hell away from me.
That evening, everybody was called to Mirkum Sheds for the announcement. Theo and Otto, wisely, stayed as far away from 5 as they could. Lino reprimanded the twins severely for their actions, but as usual, this simply bounced off their smoke boxes, much to the old tank engine's chagrin. Soon Mr. Dark had arrived, along with Mr. Chairman and, surprisingly, Mr. Smash. Now then, I know you've all been ridiculously curious about what's happening at the junction.
And we apologize for not telling you all sooner. But we had to make sure that our plans were fully costed and feasible.
It's all very exciting stuff, so we didn't want to get your hopes up in case the plans fell through. So then, myself and Nita have been drawing up plans for some exciting developments at both Gallon Junction and Colhapper. Colhapper? I didn't realise anything was happening at Colhapper.
Of course not. You lot have been too busy trying to blackmail 5 about the junction to notice anything that was going on at Colhapper.
Anyway, I've realised of late that everybody has become very cramped up here at Mirkum, and that it is very inconvenient for you to have to travel all the way down to the other end of the line to start work every day. So, we've finally gotten planning permission to build a new motive power depot on the land at Colhapper where the old one used to be. The engines looked among each other excitedly.
This will include, among other things, a new shed, turntable, fueling stages, and even a carriage siding, so that trains starting from there at the beginning of the day do not have to be moved from Mirkum early in the morning.
We hope that this will be more of ease for you guys. It certainly will be, especially if we now have a turntable down there too. And I just won't have to get up so early to start work. I'm at that end of the line. Indeed, that was our thinking. And what about the junction? Well, this one involves me somewhat. As you all know, I've gotten very invested in this railway again, seeing that most of my rolling stock have ended up here, of course. It's also very expensive for us to keep bringing new engines over to Saxonhurst for repairs and overhauls, which is not good for business, or the roads at all. Therefore, it's my great pleasure to announce that my business, Carcass Smash Limited, will be moving to Gallon Junction. There were shouts of joy and surprise at this news, before settling down for Mr. Smash to continue. I've been in the process of selling my land at Saxonhurst in order to move the business and myself here, and now this is done, construction work can properly begin within the next couple of months. I'll be able to repair and overhaul all of you much quicker than my new facilities, and as well as save a horrendous amount of money on transport costs. There were smiles all round the yard as Mr. Chairman spoke.
That leads me on to an additional point. Now, in looking at the paperwork, a few of you are due to be withdrawn within the coming month.
He looked at Dave, Sid, and Eddie, who, of course, already knew that they're nearing the end of their current boiler tickets.
As Mr. Smash's work won't be completed for a good long while yet, myself and a couple of volunteers have agreed with Mr. Dark and Mr. Smash to construct a brand new railway museum along the station at Gallon Junction to store some of you and our collections of rolling stock and railway memorabilia. We feel it would be more beneficial for the railway to house some of you in a purpose-built building. so that visitors will also have a proper reason to visit the junction.
Dave said Neddy looked a little down, but Mr. Dark smiled. Don't worry, we will be swapping engines in and out from time to time to liven things up, which brings me on to you two. He looked at Fear and Otto. Your behaviour today was out of line, even for your standards. We know this, sir, and we said we're sorry. Well, I don't think that's good enough this time, I'm afraid. Now then, I think the best way to stop your shenanigans was to split you two up for a while. Split us up? Yes, indeed. I've decided this will be a great opportunity to stop you two attempting to destroy the world for a while. And it also means that, by swapping you two over every once in a while, you won't get too exhausted. Fear and Otto tried to protest, but Mr. Dark spoke over them. And to decide which of you will be going in first, I've devised a very scientific method of choosing. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Me? Yes, you. You're a few seconds older than Otto, so you'll have the best first. But no buts. Damn. So then, you lot are now clued up, so we'll leave it at that. It's going to take a while to get everything finished, but now that we definitely know it's achievable, we thought it's best to tell you all. With that, the three men walked away, whilst the engine began to discuss the news. So, the works is moving here then. We've not had a proper workshop nearby since Gotland closed all those years ago, and that means 257 will be closer. New motive power at Colhapper will certainly come in useful. Shame I've got to go into a museum though. I'm going to miss working with everyone. At these words, Dave began to mope. I forgot my boiler ticket was running out. Now I'm going to be stuck in a museum for ages without you. Don't worry, Dave. I'll still come and see you. Dave smiled at this prospect. Really? Of course. I might even try and sneak you out from time to time for some alone time. Cheeky! Phil and Otto looked dismayed though. So, that's it then. I'm going into storage. Looks like it, Theodore. But it doesn't sound that bad. You'll have company at least, and it won't be forever. Besides, I'll still pop down from time to time as well. Suddenly, Five rolled over. Oh, hi, Five. Look, we're really sorry about what we did today.
It's alright, Bums. That scared me a lot, though.
Well, we're paying the price for it now.
Oh, I'm sorry about you two being split up. But you two are going to be alright.
I suppose we will. But can you promise me something, Five?
And what would that be?
Look after Nathaniel whilst I'm in the museum. Help him as much as you can. We're not as young as we used to be, you see.
Sure I can. Just don't threaten me with that giant gun in future, please.
We'll try not to, Five. We'll try. Soon, the new motive power depot had been finished at Colhapper, giving the engine plenty of benefits at their new southern terminus. There were big sheds for the engine to relax in, places for the engine to refuel, a vast carriage siding, and even a large turntable for the steam engine to turn on. Everybody seemed very happy with the new MPD, and all were quick to spread around once again, rather than being cooped up at Nearcombe all the time. In preparation for the opening of the new museum complex at the junction, the engines chosen to go on display were going to be moved down to Colhapper to be prepared. Surprising everybody, Mr. Dark had arranged for Lino to go on display too, much to his shock and surprise. Mr. Dark explained that he would only be in the museum temporarily, relieving the old tank engine, who feared that he was about to be withdrawn for good. Mr. Dark also had a surprise for Sid when he arrived at Colhapper to be prepared. He was taken over to the new maintenance shed and received a new coat of paint, emerging sporting Somerset and Dorset joint railway Prussian blue. Though this looked very interesting, Sid still thought it was very inauthentic for his rebuilt condition. However, he was happy to wear something other than black all the same. A couple of weeks later, Sid found yet another surprise had arrived for him at Colhapper. Approaching the yard were two blue engines. One, of course, was Alan, and the other was Ed. It was indeed. Ed grinned as Alan shunted him into the road next to Sid. "All right, Sid, long time no hear. Ed, you're back." "No shit, Sherlock. I'll leave you two to catch up. Cheers, Alan." Alan rolled away as the two engines smiled at each other. "So, you've finally been repaired then?" Ed looked down at the floor. Not exactly." "What do you mean? I heard Mr. Smash had taken you apart to repair your boiler." "Well, he did take me apart. It was very upsetting. You could say. I was in pieces. Ha ha. Anyway, he tried to repair my boiler, but beyond economical repair apparently, so unfortunately I still can't work." Sid was surprised at this. He thought that the whole point of repairing it was so Eddie could come out of traffic. "But if you're not able to work, why are you back? And why are you painted in S&DGR blue like me?" The blue was my suggestion to Mr. Dark and Mr. Smash. Mr. Dark wants us engine to move away from BR colours a little, so I suggested our old blue livery to liven up the museum. Sid looked perplexed. "That's right. I've come back to go on display in the museum with you." "Oh, bloody hell. That's brilliant." "Yeah. I convinced Mr. Smash to put me back together and let me come back to see you while he tried to work out whether I'm going to have a new boiler built for me or if you're going to source a different boiler from somewhere else. That could take a little while." "Unfortunately, yes. But once his works is relocated to the junction, we can be overhauled together, apparently." Sid felt very happy at this prospect. Though he'd been disappointed about going on static display before, knowing that he would be with his best friend made it seem much more manageable. The two engines continued to catch up throughout the rest of the day, before both were moved back into the main steam shed to catch up with the other engines scheduled for display. Soon, the time finally came for Dave, Theo, Eddie, Lino, Ed, and Sid to be taken back to the junction, where the museum buildings had finally been completed. The engines had been worried that the building would be dark and dull, somewhere for them to be stuffed out of sight and forgotten about. But when they were dragged into the station, they were shocked by what they saw. The museum was massive, with large glass windows allowing plenty of sunshine in, and a modern design that was rather appealing to them. They saw, too, that work had begun on Mr. Smash's works on the land beyond the museum, and all of them felt rather relieved to see the positive changes at the junction, compared to how it had been left after the incident with the Pulse. Alan happily introduced them to the museum. "Welcome to your final resting place, lads. Funny. Sorry, couldn't help myself. I'll be moving you lot inside soon. I've got to wait for Mr. Dark to find out where he wants you all, because he wants some coaches and trucks to be put inside for some reason. As long as I'm near the front, I'll be happy." But Dave didn't get what he wanted. Mr. Dark gave Alan driver instructions on where he wanted the engine to be placed, and Dave, much to his disappointment, was shunted to the very back of the museum, alongside Theo, who also looked despondent at this location within the building. Ed and Sid were placed near the front on one side, while Lino was also at the front, on the opposite side to the two Muslim engines. Eddie was located behind Lino, also near the back of the complex. Dave sighed, knowing that now it would be impossible for Hannah to sneak him out of the museum for alone time, and he felt very depressed indeed. On the contrary, Lino was very happy. He'd been marshalled with 2 old Lancashire and Yorkshire coaches that Mr. Dark had acquired for the Somer Branch's vintage train. Mr. Dark came to see him once everything was in place. You look pretty happy, Lino. I thought you'd be more upset about being here. I was at first, sir, but I realised that this would be a great opportunity to educate the visitors on our history. I was hoping you'd say something like that. Who better to tell the history of your old railways, and this one, than the locomotives that have lived it? Quite agree, sir. Mr. Dark soon left to sort out yet another massive pile of paperwork on his desk, leaving the engine to settle into their new, semi-permanent home. The museum soon opened to the public once Mr. Dark and Mr. Chairman held an official opening ceremony. At first, not many people came, but after a few weeks, once some advertisements had been put up, visitor numbers increased, and they were most intrigued to be able to get up so close and personal with the engines. Lino soon discovered that many visitors were interested in his heritage. They began to ask him what the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway had been like, and so, with not a lot else to do, he began telling stories of his old railways to the interested public. It was most unfortunate that when the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway was amalgamated with the London and North Western Railway back in 1922, and a year later it was all put together with the LMS. Engines like me were basically seen as second-class citizens by them, relegated to such menial tasks such as shunting and trip workings. I well remember my times as station pilot in Preston, though. Oh, those were the days. I was treated with respect back then, with other engines in awe of my clean paintwork and jealous of how well my crew treated me. If there's one thing an engine can get used to, it's definitely station piloting. Ed and Sid were nearby and had been listening to Lino's tales. Ed? Yes, Sid. How is Lino getting so much attention? His stories are so boring. I know. I wonder if we should start telling the visitors stories about our past. Like the time Liz nicked your tender when you told her you wanted to plunk and clang her ass. She didn't nick my tender. She borrowed it. For what reason exactly? I didn't ask. Besides, what about the time you accidentally injected too much ecstasy and went on a mad rampage in Midsummer? What is it they called it again? Oh, you had to bring that up. Whilst the 2 engines had been arguing, many people had begun to crowd around the 2 blue engines, listening intently. Ed looked down. Oh, hi. What happened in Midsummer then? What? You're actually interested? Yeah. There's only so many times you can listen to an old tank engine talk about taking a few coaches over a 2-mile branch line. Oh, well, in that case, back in 1934, I took an insane amount of drugs to get away from the pressures of being a pilot engine. No, you didn't. It's because the yard shunters offered you some on the cheap side. All right, fine. It was cheap and nasty stuff, but I needed a buzz, so I took a load and, well, Ed, you remember it better, don't you? Well, yeah. He ran away, high as a kite from Temple Combe, all the way to Midsummer Norton, where he began to smash up the yard there and took some trucks up the hill, only to push them down the other side to see if they could fly. More and more people began to group around Ed and Sid as they dramatically and loudly told them about the various shenanigans that they had been up to when they lived in Somerset. Everybody laughed and joked around, generally having a very good time indeed. By the end of the day, the visitors thanked Ed and Sid for their entertaining tales and promised to tell their friends and families to come and see them. Thrilled, the 2 engines settled down for the evening as the last of the day's museum goers headed out towards the station. Visitor numbers began to boom over the coming weeks, surprising Mr. Dark and Mr. Chairman, who had expected that people would just drop in for a quick look around between the trains. People would flock to hear more about Ed and Sid's wild antics, which began to irritate Lino as his audience dwindled. So, as I was saying, these signals were very different indeed. They had 3 arms and what the heck is going on over there? So, if you'll trust us on this one, Max fell off the bridge and into a pile of crap. His driver had a right go at us for it. We didn't care, because Matt got what he deserved, a smoke box full of manure. Will you two shut up? I'm trying to give a talk over here. Who cares? My audience did, until you two stole them. We didn't steal anything. Our stories are just more entertaining than yours. People don't come to the museum to be entertained. They come here to hear about our rich history and yawn. We're attracting more visitors with our talks, Lino. Therefore, the public must prefer what we're doing. But you're making it all up. There's no historical or educational value to them. We most certainly are not making it up. This is our history. And if you don't like it, then get out. I can't. I'm stuck in here with you two idiots. Will you lot shut up? Don't you get involved. I'll get involved if I want to. Aren't you three forgetting something? What this museum stands for. Cooperation, friendship, remembering the past. Look up there and you'll know what I mean. Eddie looked glum as the three engines looked up to the wall on the side of the museum, where a smoke box number plate and two builder's plates were mounted. Colin, Cammer, and Owens. The three engines then remembered that the museum had been dedicated in their memory, hence why Eddie suddenly seemed so torn up. Oh God, I forgot about those. We've been selfish. Yes, you have. I thought that we had all pulled together to remember those who have been so violently torn away from us, but clearly I'm the only one who considered it. Sorry, Eddie. Yeah, sorry. That's quite all right. Now, can we please discuss something else rather than your competition on who can attract the most visitors? I concur. We could always talk about the reason why we're all here, this railway. I can agree with that. Now then, who's been here the longest out of all of us? Well, that would be me, of course. I don't suppose anyone wants to hear about the construction of the railway, do they? I mean, I was here. I know things. Many, many things. The visitors then began to make their way over to the little old tank engine. They began to tell the many smiling people about the olden days on the line, while the other ends eventually chipped in as the timeline went on. By the time the museum closed, the six engines had given an interesting, amusing, and entertaining description of the railway's entire history, intriguing the guests. Their harmonious voices, devoid of any more arguments, gave birth to a much better atmosphere among them. And from that point onwards, the engines worked together to tell their stories and fulfill their intended purposes in the museum, to honour the memory of those who had fallen, and to inform and entertain. Mr. Smash and his staff were very busy as autumn arrived. They had the rather unenviable task of moving everything from the old yard in Saxonhurst to their new site at Gannon Junction. After much swearing, many complaints of bad backs, and seemingly endless packets of Chairman's custard creams, the move was done by the end of October, with the final item to leave the old yard being 257 Squadron. He arrived at Meercombe on a lorry and was soon brought over to the sheds, looking very different indeed. Gone was the drab British Railway green he had worn for most of his life, being replaced with the much brighter malachite green with sunshine yellow lining he had worn when he was first built. Eustace was supremely impressed when his brother was deposited alongside him. 257? You look absolutely fabulous. I didn't realise you were returning to malachite. Neither did I. But doesn't it look swell? I was rather fed up with BR Green. And look! No more smokebox number plate. And I've got my little side balances back at the front. Eustace smiled. Remind me of my old livery. But back then I had green and yellow wheels too, and an early BR emblem. Oh, I sometimes wish I could wear that livery again. But alas, it would be much too inauthentic. But Sid was rebuilt, wasn't he? And he's apparently gone back into S&DGR Blue from what I heard. Well, his rebuilding wasn't extensive of mine, of course. Right. So what else is going on around here then? Mr. Smash saying Barry can come to live with us. He has indeed, and as Caracas Smashed 5. So the whole workshop gang is back together. Splendid! Were you all right on your own back in Saxonhurst? Yeah, it was fine. No more nightmares. I still get them, but not as often anymore. Well, I hope that you being back home and back at work will take your mind off things. 257's mind certainly was diverted once he returned to work. Everybody was extremely happy to see him come home, and Mr. Dark was thrilled to see him working again. Once he was settled in, Mr. Dark began to rocker the big green engine onto the Ventura, the line's premier dying train, which would compile the Pullman coaches. He looked very smart indeed at the head of this train, being reminded of the old Golden Arrow Pullman service out on the main line. Eustace and Caracas, of course, were also put in charge of Ventura from time to time, but the visitors always got the biggest thrill whenever 257 was holding it. One afternoon, 257 had again been put on the Ventura and had brought in the service down to Colhapper, which now, thankfully, had a loop line so that the engine could run round from the turntable in the new yard. However, before he moved off in train, a diesel multiple unit sidled into the British Rail platform and looked indignantly at 257.
What are you doing on my time?
Excuse me?
This is my station.
What?
I've been running this branch line for years now, free to use both platforms here as I please. And suddenly you lot start coming up here from your little steam railway and try to take over my station.
Mate, this is our side of the station. I own and bought it, you see.
It's still a British Rail station. Honestly, you would never catch me encroaching on your railway now, as diesel's now our place, you see. We never go somewhere we're not supposed to.
Right, oh, I say. The passengers on the platform were none the wiser to this little argument, and happily bumped into the coaches, and 257 headed over to his friends. What's his problem? That particular diesel doesn't approve of steam services using the station. He doesn't like me and Raymond either. Says we're steam sympathizers and should know our place. The others are all right with us, but him, he's like it whenever we come up here. He told me I'm too wide to be in his station last week. I just ignore him. He's...
All right, Clarence, he is. Don't listen to him, 752. He'll fry your brains out with some cheap knockoff cricket balls from Japan if you do.
But we're perfectly entitled to be using this station. It's partly ours now. We know that, but he thinks it's his station. His railway line is what we're coaching on. What utter bollocks! I wonder if there's anything we can do about this. What did you call him, Barry? Clarence? But no matter what the engines discussed, there seemed to be no way to reason with the multiple unit. He continued to pick on the Dark Railway engines as they went about their business, berating them for daring to use what he thought was his station. But one day, something amusing happened. 257 had again brought the Ventura up to Colhapper and was talking to Raymond, who happened to be waiting for a goods train and decided to have a nice chat before leaving. From up the line, the two engines observed Clarence rolling towards the station, but he was moving rather faster than he should have. But then as he approached, he started to shout,
Help! Help me! My brakes aren't working! Help!
As he rolled through the station, 257 chuckled. You're on your own, mate. Clarence rolled right through his platform and onwards towards what was now the Dark Railway's metals. The signalman, seeing the danger, threw the point so that Clarence rolled safely onwards and up the hill beyond the station, before he slowly rolled back down and stopped on the points. 257 and Raymond chuckled to themselves as the station master came over, asking Raymond if he'd mind dragging the diesel back to the platform. Still chortling, Raymond obliged, dragging in the diesel a few minutes later. 257 laughed. Well. We'd never see an engine like you encroach on our railway, would we? Diesels like you know their place, don't they? He winked at Raymond, while Clarence said nothing at all, feeling very embarrassed indeed. Having been withdrawn from passenger service that day, Clarence was sidelined at Colhapper, being brought over to the Dark Railway's yards by Raymond so the workmen could check him over to see what happened. For the rest of the day, the engines teased the multiple unit for encroaching on their land, whilst another friendly unit was dispatched to take the shuttle train between Colhapper and Horton. As for Clarence, he was repaired a few days later, but surprisingly, none of the engines have heard him utter so much of a single word ever since. 257 likes to believe that he's learnt his lesson, but doesn't know for sure. McLaren keeps very tight-lipped whenever he comes to Colhapper now.
Aha!
Dave was feeling depressed as he sat in the museum. Though he was grateful to have Theo nearby to talk to, he really wanted to talk to Hannah, who he hadn't seen now for several months. He also missed his best friends, Brian and Raymond, who surely, he thought, were missing him too. One quiet winter morning, however, Dave noticed the young man in overalls exploring the museum, silently reading the small information board next to the engines. Everyone else was asleep and didn't notice the man, who was alone in the vastness of the building. Eventually, he meandered over toward Dave, reading the small board next to him. After taking a peek inside his cab, he came back around to the front and noticed that Dave was awake. So, you're the famous Dave then? Famous? Yeah. Everyone at Character Smash Limited talks about you and your adventures. Oh, you're one of Mr. Smash's staff. I'm his apprentice. Ah. So, are the stories true? Depends which stories you want to know about, really. A lot has happened over the years. Well, I heard that you once rescued the railway's entire fleet from the clutches of an evil Jubilee. Oh, yeah, that's kind of true. I did help to save everyone, but 257 was the real hero that day. So, what happened? You're actually interested? You actually want to know? Oh, yes, please, if you don't mind, of course. I know it could be a touchy subject, what with what happened to Repulse. Dave frowned at these words. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I just feel sorry for her, that's all. I know now that it wasn't her fault, but, well, I guess I'd better start from the beginning if you want to truly understand. So Dave told the young apprentice all about what had happened with Leanne, and how she had been driven to all those horrible deeds in the past. Though it tore him up a little to talk about it, the apprentice seemed genuinely interested and concerned as Dave spoke, and when he finally got to the part about Repulse and the fire at the old sheds, he had to stop for a moment. He looked over at the wall, where Colin's number plate and Cameron and Owen's builder's plates were mounted. The apprentice looked too, before turning back to Dave with a look of sympathy. I'm really sorry that they were taken away from you all so unexpectedly. It was a terrible, terrible thing. To have your friends, your colleagues, your shed mates just gone in a flash. No warning, no chance to say goodbye. Just gone. Dave shed a tear, but pulled himself back together quickly, not wanting to look so soppy in front of the apprentice. So then that's what happened, basically. It's a shame all this happened to you, Dave. You seem like a nice, down-to-earth engine after all. I try to be. I try. The apprentice decided to change the subject. So then, what do you think of being in the museum out of curiosity? Oh, it's all right, I guess. At least it's clean and quite open. I know of worse places to be stored. Well, you're right there. I do find it strange, though, why Mr. Dark would put you, one of his star engines, into the museum, rather than overhaul you. Oh, well, Mr. Dark is a bit of a nut job, to be honest. Well, at least my dad's looked after you all quite well, and wait a moment. Yes? Dad? Oh, yeah, bugger, I shouldn't have said that. So, I'm Zeke Dark, Mr. Dark's son. Dave looked horrified. Please don't tell your dad that I called him a nut job. Shh. At these shouts, Theo happened to open a sleepy eye and noted Zeke. Oh, Zeke, is that you? Oh, hi, Theo. Long time no hear. You've been a busy bee with Mr. Smash then, haven't you? Wait a moment. You know Theo? Well, yeah. I've known them since I was a boy. I'd go up to the quarry and talk to them. They'd teach me things about the world, and it turns out they're pretty good amateur scientists. Don't I know that? These two idiots sent us through space and time once. What? You're joking. Theo, you said that was just a theory that you and Otto came up with. I never thought it would work in practice. Well, it did, once our calculations were confirmed by Brian's scientist brother. Theo, Dave, and Zeke spent another good hour or so chatting about various things before Zeke realised what the time was and had to head back to Character Smash Limited to do some work. But before he left, and before the others started to wake up, he whispered to the two engines. Please, guys, don't tell anyone else who I really am. I don't want everyone sucking up to me and treating me any differently. Oh, of course. We'll keep this our little secret for now. Thanks, guys. You're welcome. Zeke continued to come back and talk to the two engines as the winter soldiered on. However, he noticed that Dave and Theo were becoming more and more depressed as Christmas approached, and decided to find out why. "What's eating you two? You seem awfully quiet today." "Oh, sorry, Zeke. I'm just missing Hannah. I haven't seen her since before I put in the museum. And I haven't seen Otto for months either. One of the many disadvantages of being placed at the back of the museum, I guess. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful I'm being stored somewhere nice, but I do miss her." Dave and Theo lapsed into silence, and Zeke left the museum shortly afterwards, wondering how he could cheer up his friends. Then a thought came to him, and instead of going into the workshop, he headed for the station. A couple of days before Christmas, Alan arrived at the museum, accompanied by Mr. Dark and, surprisingly, Zeke himself. Mr. Dark gave Alan's driver some instructions, and soon Ed and Sid found themselves outside in the freezing cold. It's bloody freezing out here. What's the meaning of this?" "You two sound like Turbo. I've been given instructions to move you guys around." "What? Why?" "Search me. I just do what I'm told. Now stop complaining." Shortly, Dave and Theo had also been moved outside, and soon Ed and Sid had been placed at the rear of the museum, while Dave and Theo had been relocated to the front. They wondered between themselves what had brought about this change, but when they spotted Zeke walking towards them, they understood. "You're doing?" "I didn't realise before how depressed you two were being placed at the back, hidden away from your friends. So I had a word with Dad, and he agreed to move you both to the front so you can see Hannah and Otto. In fact, I think he's arranged for you two to actually leave the museum for a few days to spend time with them." Dave and Theo looked delighted. "How? How can I thank you?" "You don't have to, Dave. It's Christmas after all. So think of it as a little Christmas present for you both. I'd hate to be away from my friends and family at this time of year." "Well, cheers anyway." "We really appreciate this." "No worries, guys. You two enjoy yourselves. And you." Zeke walked away towards his father, while Dave and Theo looked on, smiling. you need. The year of 1972 kicked off with some absolutely appalling weather. Cold winds and driving rain caused the engines a great deal of bother, not wanting to brave the conditions in order to run trains. However, seeing as it was their job to run trains, they had little choice in the matter, really. One particularly well 257 and Character Smash had been called down to Colhapper for an important meeting with Mr. Dark and Mr. Smash. The two men stood inside the shed trying to keep warm whilst addressing the three engines. So, you three know why you're here, I'm sure. Actually, sir, we have no idea. We just assumed we're in trouble or something, despite the fact I've done nothing wrong. Well, no, you're not in trouble. We're here to talk to you three about an exciting proposal. What kind of proposal? Well, as you may have heard, British Rail have relaxed their ban on steam engines operating on the main line. So, myself and Mr. Smash have been investigating the possibility of using you three for some mainline charters. Because you three have been recently overhauled and are our largest engine, we feel that you're the perfect candidates for operating out there. The three engines reacted differently. Character Smash had dreamt of returning to the mainline ever since he returned to service, and was simply thrilled at the idea. 257 also looked rather happy, looking forward to the idea of exploring away from the Dark Railway once again. Eustace, surprisingly, didn't look excited at all. Mr. Dark continued. Now, we've been arranging a trial run on a circular mainline tour originating from Meercombe, heading out to Horton and onwards to Canterbury, Margate and Ramsgate, before turning back to return. We need to choose one of you to run the first train, so we will be monitoring your behaviour and performance over the next couple of days so that we can determine which will run the train. Now, if you'll excuse me, we need to go and get warmed up. Mr. Dark and Mr. Smash walked away towards the warmth of the station. 257 and Characters began talking in earnest. Well then, boys, mainline running. Sounds fun. Fun? Sounds amazing! And once I've proved myself on that first train, excuse me, I wouldn't like to blow my own whistle, but I am of the belief that I should be the first of us to undertake a proving run. Now, hang on a moment, you're not even from this region! So, the first engine out on that proving run should be one that is from the region and knows where they're going. Excuse me, you were based out west if I remember correctly. That by the by, I'm more appropriate for the region, and I'm more reliable. What are you trying to say here? That Bully Pacifics are notorious for being unreliable. How dare you make such an accusation against me? Eustace, back me up here. The two engines looked over to Eustace, who initially said nothing. Then he spoke. I don't really care, to be honest. Don't care? That bullies are unreliable? No, just that I don't care about this mainline malarkey. What? I thought you wanted to go back out on the mainline and strut your stuff. You've been banging on about it for years. Why the sudden change? If I'm honest, I just prefer my life on the railway now. A more sedate pace, a different, more relaxing way of life. No, you two can compete, but myself, I'm happy at home enjoying my semi-retirement. Countess and 257 were a little shocked at this news. Eustace had, in the past, always been an advocate for returning to mainline metals. He had talked about it for years, but now he suddenly wasn't interested. 257 squadron was worried. But, Eustace, surely the opportunity to go mainline is not to be sniffed at. Things change, 257. I'm perfectly happy living out the rest of my days on the Dark Railway. Now, if you will both excuse me, I have a service to run. Good day to you both. And with that, Eustace steamed away, leaving both 257 and Caracas speechless. Meanwhile, The damp weather was causing other issues around the railway, mainly regarding the two big diesels, Raymond and Turbo. On top of running their own services, such as the Red Herring Fish Train and the Night Mail trains, the two diesels were being increasingly used for early morning commuter trains between Colhapper and Meerkoop, and were being called upon at all hours to cover other services. Whilst Raymond was used to this, Turbo was not. Out on the main line, Turbo had mainly worked passenger trains, but he had been able to have nice long rests between trains. On the dark railway, however, this wasn't possible. He complained to Raymond about it one cold evening at Gallen Junction, whilst waiting for a path back to Colhapper. I don't know how you can do this all the time. I'm so tired. Suck it up, Buttercup. We both know that the crews prefer to use us in these weather conditions. We have comfy cabs at either end, and windscreen wipers too, so our drivers have better visibility compared with the steam engines. I know that, but still, everyone else gets to the rest. We don't. I'm sure you'll get over it. Besides, Mr. Dark will give you a rest sooner or later, but it is hard just for two of us to keep on top of all this work, and... But Raymond suddenly noticed something. Turbo, your signal's been cleared for like 5 minutes. You'd better go. Oh yeah. I didn't notice that. I'll see you later. And with that, Turbo roared away, still looking very tired indeed. Over the following days, 257 and Caracas Smash were trying hard to impress. However, whether they were actually impressing anybody was debatable.
This is the security announcement. If you spot Alan, the diesel shunter, moving around the yard, please inform a member of staff so he can be apprehended immediately.
Right. It might be raining, but I'm sure I can get away pretty sharpish this morning. Whoa, boys, steady. T57 was also bad for himself in his efforts to impress his owner. Oh, balls! Do you mind? I have somewhere to be. But I haven't got time to be waiting around for over-enthusiastic trains. Geez, sorry. Turbo's tiredness was, unfortunately, catching up to him. He was becoming incredibly quiet when in the presence of the other engine, and was sleeping whenever he could. One evening, during a particularly cold bout of rain, Turbo was heading up the line with the Red Herring, just about keeping to time. However, he was feeling drowsy as he walked towards Woolchurch Viaduct. I hope I could get a decent rest tonight. Oh, just about. As he coasted through Woolchurch, his engine cut out and stopped as he drifted out of consciousness. Surprised, his driver quickly applied the brakes as he tried to restart Turbo's engine, but to no avail. Coming to a stop just outside the station, his driver called out. "What are you playing at, Turbo?" Turbo suddenly opened his eyes, shocked that he stopped. Oh, good God. What happened? You fell asleep. Oh, sorry. I'm so exhausted. I need a rest. A proper one. You can have a rest when we get to Mirkin. Come on now. The sooner we get there, the faster you can have a kip. Come on. But try as he might, his driver couldn't get Turbo's engine to turn over. Then he realised why. Turbo, you flooded your engine, you great silly engine. I'm going to have to declare you a failure now. Do you hear me, Turbo? Turbo? Turbo! Oh, what? Never mind. Just go back to sleep. Sure. Back at Kohlhapper, the engine that had initially delivered the red herring to the area was idling in the goods loop. He was Clyde, a Class 37 diesel that had visited the railway a few years ago, often chatting with the dark railway engines when he could. Usually, he had other jobs to complete once he delivered his train, but of recent, he had found himself with more and more spare time. He had been taking advantage of this spare time when the call came in that Turbo had broken down at Woolchurch. The yard foreman came over.
Clyde?
Aye, sir?
I don't suppose you'd like a job, would you?
Oh, aye. Go on then. What is it?
A train has failed up the line between Woolchurch and Mirking. I know you're owned by British Rail, but do you have the time to go and rescue it? We can clear it with BR if need be.
Aye, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll go.
And with that, Clyde roared into life and headed away into the gathering darkness. Clyde soon found the train and slowly coupled up to it and pushed it into the station so that he could run round to the front. He was surprised to find Turbo at the front, whom with he had spoken to a few times in the past.
Turbo, what have you done to yourself?
Turbo didn't reply. He just snored.
I better get you some rescue.
Clyde deposited the train in the goods yard, then brought Turbo back over to the sheds. A few engines were still awake, including Clyde, who looked out from his shed road as the diesels came in. Though it was late, Mr. Dark had been called in to find out what was the matter. Now then, what's wrong with Turbo?
I could tell you, sir.
Could you?
Aye.
What's wrong with him then?
He's fucked.
Have you properly assessed him?
Aye.
And,
He's fucked.
more specifically?
He's fucked.
Clyde, you brought him up here. What's wrong with him?
Well, after carefully assessing the situation, sir, I think it's only reasonable to deduce that he's fucked.
Anything else?
No, he's just fucked. He's about as much use as high-vis camouflage.
Great. Just great. What am I supposed to do now? Eustace chipped in. In complete fairness, sir, Turbo has been working incredibly hard as of recent, and he's been complaining of tiredness and fatigue. I can't say I blame him for falling asleep whilst out on the road. That's as may be, Eustace, but I can't afford to take Turbo out of traffic at the moment. I'd need another diesel to take over his jobs and...
Well, sir, why don't I help you out for a wee bit?
You, Clyde? What do you mean?
Well, sir, apart from bringing in the red herring and the occasional goods train, I'm finding myself acquiring a lot of spare time in the employ of British Rail at the moment. I'd be more than happy to help out around here, that is, if British Rail agrees.
You know, that's not such a bad idea, actually. It'd give me time to find another diesel to come here and help us. We definitely need more of them round here, in case, well, something like this happens again on a diesel diagram. I'll get in contact with British Rail and see if they're happy with this arrangement, and if they have any diesel engines to spare in the meantime.
Aye. I did hear that they're disposing of some non-standard designs, sir. Maybe you'll get some luck out there.
Perhaps I will. He turned back to Turbo. Turbo? Turbo? Turbo! Huh? What? Guess what? What, sir? I'm giving you a break from work for a while. Clearly you've been overworked, and I don't want to repeat of what happened tonight. I'm not going into the museum for a while. You can explain to the visitors about how modern diesel locomotives work. How does that sound? Fabulous, sir. That's that settled. Now then, whilst I'm here, he turned to Eustace, 257, and Carricker Smash. Myself and Mr. Smash have been discussing you three and your performances over the last few days, and safe to say we've made a decision as to which one of you would like to be in charge of the proving run. 257 and Carrickers looked at each other with knowing grins, but they were shocked when Mr. Dark spoke again. We have decided that Eustace shall take the train. What? What? But sir, I've been working really hard. I've been ahead of schedule and everything. Yes, but you've been a tad over-enthusiastic while starting your trains, and the passengers have complained about arriving at stations earlier than they expected. Surely they should be happier arriving early, not when people have schedules. Someone had a go at me about that the other day. I only overran the platform. You did, but I've had a few comments stating that people have been uncomfortable in your train due to heavy braking. Of the three of you, Eustace has been the most consistent performer, and he kept to time as well. Eustace, are you alright with this decision? Yes, sir. I would be happy to take the train. But you said, shh. Thank you. Now that everything's sorted out, sort of, I'm going home. Zeke reckons there's a good television program on tonight about aliens or something. Good night. The engine chorused their farewells as he walked away. As soon as he was out of earshot, Carcass and 257 turned on Eustace. What the hell, man? I thought you said you didn't care about going mainline. That's exactly what I wanted you two to think. You mean you played us? You do want to go on the mainline then? Of course I do. Then why didn't you try harder to impress Mr. Dark and Mr. Smash, like us? Oh, I just thought that if I left you two to duke it out between yourselves, you might slip up. I guess I was correct in my assumption. Well, this isn't particularly fair. Nothing is fair in this world, Caracas. Besides, you two will both get your chance to go out there. I just wanted to be first. Caracas and 257 stared crossly at Eustace as he continued to chuckle. The Dark Railway Preservation Society had recently acquired another engine. One of the Society's volunteers had connections with an electric power station on the coast, who had recently been disposing of some of their shunters due to a structural change. As a result, the Society had managed to persuade the power station to donate one of their redundant electric shunters to them, and the engine, known as Buzz, soon arrived on the railway. Upon his arrival, Buzz was brought to Gallon Junction, where the Society members soon converged in order to have a look at their new acquisition. The work shunter at Caracas Smash Limited, Mr. B, soon came over to see what all the fuss was about.
So, is this your new engine, Mr. Chairman?
Indeed it is. Buzz, I'd like you to meet Mr. B.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. So, I have to ask, what are you exactly? You look like a diesel, but you can't be. You haven't got an exhaust or anything.
I'm a battery electric engine. I don't need an exhaust because I don't run on any fuel. Just pure electricity.
Hence why we brought you. Mr. Smash has offered to sort out an electric charging station here at the junction somewhere so we can charge him.
Charge him? You mean you have to be charged up to work?
Yeah. It wasn't a problem at the power station, though. They had loads of electricity.
Sounds strange. What if you run out of juice?
Oh, I hadn't really thought about that, to be honest. As I say, I work in a power station, so...
Before Buzz could continue, Mr. Smash emerged from the works and called for Mr. B. Mr. B, I need you to move one of the engines if you could.
Righto, sir. I gotta run. See you around then. Buzz?
Yeah. See you.
And with that, Mr. B rolled away, and the Society members continued to gawk at Buzz. It didn't take long for Mr. B to complete the small tasks that Mr. Smash had given him, and soon he had rolled back out of the workshop to see what was going on. Buzz was right where he had last seen him, but the gaggle of Society members had thinned significantly, so that only Mr. Chairman remained.
Right, Mr. B, we found a suitable location for Buzz's charging point, so we need you to shunt him over there if you don't mind.
Sure thing. Where is it?
Over there.
Mr. B looked to where Chairman had indicated.
Wait a minute. That's my shed!
Not anymore, I'm afraid. We couldn't find anywhere else suitable for Mr. Smash to install a connection to the mains. Don't worry though, we've arranged it so that you can stay in our shed just down the line. And Buzz will stay here.
But this is outrageous. That's my shed. Built for me.
Well, you'll have to take it up with your owner. In the meantime, can you shunt Buzz, please?
No, I refuse.
Fine, I'll go and find 5 for you.
Then I'll go wait in the shed. They can't put your toy in there.
You can't stay in that shed forever, Mr. B. Besides, Mike will be glad to see you. He hasn't spoken to you since you were both at the Saxonhurst site a few years ago.
Oh, well, fine, jeez. You can get your own engine to move in the shed.
What did I do wrong, sir?
Oh, nothing at all, Buzz. I'll arrange for 5 to push over to the charging point. Sit tight, my friend.
Ha ha. Like I can go anywhere with no power.
Mr. Chairman chuckled as he walked away. Mr. B was actually quite relieved to be away from the works and the museum for a change. He had trundled down to the DRPS's new little shed and had calmed down significantly by the time 5 arrived.
All right, Mr. B.
High 5.
I would have had arms.
Funny.
So what's wrong with you then? That new engine said that you was in a bad mood with him.
Oh, Mr. Smash decided to his society's feelings with he installed a charging point in my shed for that little toy vibrator over there.
Come on, mate. It's not the wee guy's fault.
I know, but still, it's my shed. It's my place of work.
Oh, come on. You must find it nice to be away from the works for a bit, right?
Well, bit, yeah.
It's not like you had an awful lot to do there, is it?
Not really.
I want to go and do something else, then. Come work at Soma with me, Lino, and Theo.
I would if I could, but Mr. Smash needs me a constant standby in case anything needs shunting.
Ah, well, that's a shame. You'd probably enjoy the change.
Probably. Look, fine. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. I'm knackered from the sheer amount of boredom I've had to put up with today.
Fair enough. I suppose I'd better do the same. Night.
Night.
Buzz had had a comfortable night's sleep, and by morning he was fully charged and raring to go. Mr. Chairman came to see him.
Right then, Buzz. We're going to send you up to Soma to do a bit of shunting up there. It's not that much different to your work at the power station, I'd imagine.
Okay.
And if you get any problems, don't hesitate to speak to me.
Righto, sir.
Once Chairman had left, Buzz slowly made his way out of the yard and up the line. But even as he left the junction, he noticed something off-putting.
Radiance. I don't do well with these.
He shrugged it off, thinking that hills would be few and far between. But when he got to Axley and crossed onto the Soma branch, he was quite surprised with the steepness of the incline. Nevertheless, he slowly climbed the hill into Soma, where he found Lino, Five, and Theo chatting before the day's work.
So, you're at the museum then, Theo?
It certainly looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, I'm here, and I found you're stuffed up in the museum, having to deal with the likes of Turbo, Dave, Ed, and Sid. Oh, not this again. I can't believe we're being separated like this. We're like we're going to do anything rash.
Like threaten people with a giant gun thing, or come up with some kind of conspiracy theory.
Or invert the fabric of space and time itself. That was an accident, Lino, and oh, what the? Theo had just noticed Buzz, and he looked a bit confused. Is that Owen? Owen? Is that you? You're not dead? Theo, it isn't Owen, but he's a small four-wheel diesel shunter. It must be him. He came back to us, unless... Did my experiment with bringing back the dead work? You've never worked on an experiment like that, as far as I'm aware.
And this is Buzz. He's a battery electric engine saved by the DRPS. A.k.a. my new shedmate, kinda.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about the mix-up there, Baz.
Buzz.
Boss, welcome to Soma. Don't touch anything. Ignore him. Welcome to the quarry.
Thanks. So, where do I start?
Five showed Buzz what he was required to do, mainly shunting rakes of wagons underneath the loader so that Theo could arrange them. Then Five could take them away, whilst Lino managed the passenger shuttles. For a short while, everything seemed fine, but by midday, there was a problem.
Oh no.
You're right there, boss.
No.
What's wrong?
I've run out of electricity.
Run out of electricity? Well, how do you get it back?
By going back to my charging station.
And where's your charging station?
Gallon Junction.
Oh, that's not too far, I guess. I'll get Five to take you down there. How long does it take you to charge back up again?
About 6 hours.
What? 6 hours?
Yes.
So you're telling me that you can only work for a few hours before needing a full recharge, which takes
the majority of the day to complete.
It wasn't an issue at the power station. I only ever worked for a few hours before going back to charge while one of my colleagues took over.
I guess I'll be finishing all work for the day. Do you mind moving out of the way then?
I can't. I've got no electricity. I can't move.
Theo crossly moved Buzz out of the way, then went to complete his own work before doing Buzz's work. When Five arrived, he was told what had happened, and soon took Buzz back down to the junction to charge.
Don't worry about it, mate. It could have happened to anybody.
No, it couldn't. I'm the only electric engine here.
Still, breakdowns can happen to anybody. Just charge up and try again tomorrow.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But the next day, the same thing happened. After only half a day's work, Buzz's batteries were completely drained again, and he was unable to move under his own power once again. Theo was apocalyptic, and Five quickly spirited Buzz away to save him from further abuse.
What kind of engine am I when I can't even do a full day's work?
It's not exactly your fault.
It just seems so pointless. If only there was somewhere for me to be charged up at Soma. And it's not like I can do much else. I could never pull a train up that hill. I could never pull passenger trains either, and I'm useless to everyone without electricity. I can't go back to Soma and let it happen again. He'll kill me.
Mr. B, who happened to be nearby, bored out of his mind, came over to find out why Buzz was kicking off.
Why's Theo going to kill you?
Because I ran out of electricity again.
Oh dear. That's a bit of a buzzkill.
You're hilarious, you know that? What I'd give to have your job.
Meaning?
You have the opportunity to be here all day doing shunting work on the level. I've got a thumping great hill to climb, and that takes a lot out of me.
At least you get to leave this godforsaken yard. You have to be here all day, doing virtually nothing, in case Mr. Smash or the museum people want something moved. At least you're allowed to work free.
I'm not free, though, because the bloody charging station is here. Not where I've been stationed to work. I can't go exploring and...
Lads, there's a way to solve this for both your problems.
Oh, really?
How?
Well, Mr. B, you want to go exploring and do different jobs rather than be stuck here, right?
Right.
And you want to be here with less workload right next to your charging station, Buzz.
It'd be easier.
Then might I suggest we speak to Mr. Smash and Mr. Chairman? I think that if the two of you were to swap places, it would benefit everybody involved.
Well, I guess it won't hurt to try. If you're up for it, Buzz.
Yeah, we can ask. If we don't ask, we won't know.
Exactly. Come on, then. Oh, right. Charge it. I'll get Mr. Chairman. I suppose he's stuffing his face with this custard creams again.
The two men came down to the junction and listened to their story. By the end of it, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Smash smiled at each other.
You know what? Having a diesel shunter would be more beneficial than a battery electric for certain tasks, such as permanent way.
And a battery electric would be more useful to me, seeing as a charge point is already on site, and an electric engine wouldn't cause any exhaust gases within the works.
Well, if you're agreeable, Caracas, I suggest that we exchange ownership of the two engines for mutual benefit.
I quite agree, as long as they are happy with it. He looked at Mr. B. Are you sure you don't mind, Mr. B? You've been a loyal and valued friend over the years.
Yeah, trust me, sir. I don't mind. Besides, I'm sure Bustle enjoys the job. He likes to sit all around and take charge.
Not exactly a bad thing from my point of view.
Oh, I'm sure we can find some meaningful work for you to do within society, Mr. B.
Cheers, sir.
Well, that sounds all good and proper to me. We'll just have to go and sort out the paperwork, Chairman. Want a cuppa?
Sure. Let me just go and get some custard creams out of the station office.
And so, Buzz and Mr. B ended up swapping places permanently. As part of the DRPS, Mr. B finds himself busier than ever, working with the permanent way gangs, shunting at Soma, and working other odd jobs around the line. He and Five now share the shed at the junction, and are often kept up at night chatting, often bringing Buzz over so the three of them can chat about their days. As for Buzz, he is much more cheerful working at Character Smash Limited. Though the workload is nowhere near as much as it was at Soma, he is satisfied with completing a few work movements before relaxing in the shed to charge up. He and Mr. B have, of course, made up their differences, and are now the best of friends. Although it took some time to organise, Eustace finally got his chance to go out on the main line and enjoyed the experience immensely. Though Caracas Smash and 257 Squadron were initially jealous, they soon got their own chances to leave the confines of the Dark Railway and run some mainline excursions. One particularly fine evening, 257 had just returned to the railway after a busy day out on the main line and was rather glad to find that the sheds at Colhapper were empty. He basked outside in the sun for a while, listening to the hustle and bustle of the city nearby. As time passed, he thought he could hear the sounds of another steam engine approaching and looked out towards the station, hoping that it was Eustace coming to keep him company. But he was wrong. Rolling into the yard was a shape they had not seen for years, as the outline of a Maunsell N15 came towards him. As the engine got nearer, he noticed the number and nameplate, instantly recognising that the engine was an old friend from his past. "Delatrip, is that you?" The engine stopped and smiled. 257 Squadron, how splendid it is that our paths have crossed once more." 257 smiled happily. This engine's real name was Sir Madel Delaporte, but everybody knew him as Delatrip. He had been an old shedmate of 257's, but they hadn't seen each other for many years now. From beside the newcomer came another familiar face, Mr. Smash. "Hello, 257. Hello, Mr. Smash. I gather that you already know Delatrip." "Yes, sir. We were shedded at Bournemouth together in the 1950s. "I see. Then you're probably the best engine to show him around the line. We need to give him a bit of a test run, and it would be handy if you could double head with Delatrip on an empty stop working up to Mirku, so that he can get a lay of the line. I've never actually been out on this line before, not even in Southern Region days, so I suppose that would be a good idea. It means that the two of us can catch up properly. What do you say, 257? "Yeah, sure thing." "All right then. I'll see if there's a path you can take." With that, Mr. Smash walked away, whilst Delatrip's crew turned him on the turntable. Once he was facing the right way, and once Mr. Smash had returned to give them the all clear, the two engines collected their empty coaches and headed out of Colhapper into the gathering darkness. Mr. Smash, who had been riding in Delatrip's cab on the journey, was satisfied with the newcomer's performance by the time they reached Mirku. Though he could tell that some adjustments were required, he decided to leave Delatrip at Mirku overnight and would complete any outstanding work in the morning. He thanked 257 for his help, then departed, leaving 257 and Delatrip to their own devices. "I suppose it's time I meet my new colleagues. I'm curious to see what other Southern machines have survived the cut and torch. Oh, Trip, there's, something I need to tell you about. Don't worry, 257. I'm well aware that I will have to start from the bottom and work my way up. As a newcomer, I'm sure that my new shedmate might be wary of me. Respect is earned, not given, as they say. However, as a respectable, prestigious Southern Railway Express locomotive, I'm sure that won't be too much of an issue. Trip." But Delatrip wasn't listening. He steamed away towards the sheds, with 257 following shortly afterwards. He knew that Delatrip wouldn't like what he found waiting for him. Are you fucking serious? Trip? BR standards? Diesels? A Great Western Hall? This is an outrage, a scandal. How am I supposed to work with these engines? There's not a single Southern Railway locomotive here, at all. And why are there two BR Standard 7s here? That's not a BR Standard, that's... Hello, 257, Howard. He stopped when he got a good look at Delatrip. The two engines stared at each other, both with a look of scrutiny and disgust on their smokebox doors.
Delatrip, do you remember Eustace? Of course. Sir Eustace Missenden. You look different. Well, yes, I had a rebuild. Ah, it done nothing for your personality, I gather. And just what is that supposed to mean? Engines like you never change. I suppose you're still the arrogant, pompous know-it-all that I remember. Not that it matters. I've no time for engines of your build. Southern Railway design, built by British Railways. An absolute atrocity. With that, Delatrip huffed away, leaving Eustace speechless. He looked at 257. What on earth is he doing here? I thought he had been scrapped. So did I, to be honest. I don't think having him here is going to be such a good idea. You remember what he was like. He's a good engine, really. He's a complete Southern supremacist. He despises anything not built by the Southern Railway. He's going to have a field day with our friends. He's not that bad. In any case, I'm sure they can hold their own against him. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't even be on this region. Your loading gauge is far too large to... Are you insinuating that I'm fat in some way? If you want to use those particular words, then... I am not fat, you arsehole! And who do you think you are? I'm an engine of the region, unlike you. Why don't you go back to West, where you belong? I can't! I'm trapped here because of my apparent fatness. Or you? How dare you upset her like that? What did she do to you? She existed, that's what.
Now, see here, you smelly rank binliner. Nobody's allowed to offend anyone else in these parts except me, regardless of how small their dustbins are. You can't just waltz in here with that massive backside of yours upsetting my comrades. That's Barry's job.
It's not my fault that you lot are in the wrong place. I'm a prestigious Southern Express locomotive. Therefore, I insist on, no, damn well demand some respect.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Respect? There's no need for such rudeness. You've only just arrived here. You should be trying to build bridges, not burning them down immediately. And why should I care what a discount express locomotive has to say? Because, unlike you, I have some manners. This is preservation, my good sir. Our owners have saved us from our intended fate and have given us a home. It shouldn't matter where that home is, as long as we are cooperative, safe, and courteous of each other. I'm sure that was a very well-rehearsed speech, but it doesn't detract from the fact that none of you are really appropriate for this region. Actually, 2 of my brothers work the Golden Arrow, don't you know? And I've been on the Southern region all my life. And we have much alike to live here as you, whatever your name is. It's Madel Della Porte, apparently. Don't call me that. It's Delatrip. Well then, why don't you take a little Delatrip away from us, if you're clearly hating us so much? Perhaps I will. Load of foreigners anyway. The other engine began making vulgar comments as the newcomer backed away again. He steamed straight past 257 and Eustace, who had been watching from afar, and disappeared from sight. Eustace, who was due out on an evening dining train soon, happened to pause at the signal near the station, seeing that Delatrip had taken up residence in the goods shed. Instead of heading for the station, he decided to head over and talk to Delatrip first. I feel sorry for you. Sorry. I feel sorry for you. Why? Because, at the rate you're going to end up hated and despised by our friends here. Friends? How can you call these engines friends? They are not of this region. They do not appreciate the Southern's ways, and neither do you, come to think about it. What? Just because I'm built by British Railways make me somehow less Southern than you? Well, yes, exactly. And what exactly is the problem with that? You seem to be under the impression that Southern Railway engines were somehow better than those of other regions and types, and I'm afraid to say that you're sadly misinformed. Hannah, whom you've just badly insulted, is one of our most capable mixed traffic engines. She is prepared to go out and do whatever it takes to get the job done, regardless of weather conditions. If I remember correctly, several Southern-built engines, including yourself, refused to work during a snowstorm back in 1953. That says a lot about Southern-built engines, in my opinion. You should know damn well that was for our own safety.
And what about all those passengers that you inadvertently stranded due to saving your own backside then? 257 went out and took your train, if memory serves, did he not? So what if he did? He has better weather protection for his crew, and besides, you've just contradicted yourself there. Sorry? You implied that Southern-built engine didn't want to go out in that way. 257 squadron did, and here's a Southern-built example of your class. Therefore, your argument is invalid. You, do realise that 257 was built by British Railways as well, don't you? Excuse me? 257 was built by British Railways in 1948, not long before I was built. But, no, that's a lie. You're lying. Are you trying to say that I don't know my own brother and when he was built? I knew about it. I've seen his logbook. But that doesn't make any sense. 257 told me he was built in 1946. We were best friends. Clearly you were not. Don't you find it slightly suspicious that you never saw him before 1948? The realization was slowly dawning on Delatrip. No, I can't recall. He lied to me? He lied to me? All this time, I thought he was a fellow Southern machine. And now you know. This can't be right. This can't be true. Well, it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a train to take shortly. I suppose you'd better think about what you think you know and what you actually know. Eustace rolled away, leaving Delatrip to think about the latest revelation. "257 had stood and listened to what the other engines had to say, and after a while he decided to confront Delatrip himself about what had just happened. He rolled up alongside, not noticing the stony look that Delatrip was giving him. Care to explain what happened back there? Delatrip looked over. Care to explain why you've been lying to me all of these years? 257 looked confused. Lying to you? Were you, or were you not, actually built by British Railways in 1948, rather than having been built, as you claim, by the Southern Railway in 1946? 257 looked a little sheepish as his friend stared at him, a look of anger and betrayal on his smoke box. Well, look, it's... Tell me the truth, 257. Yes, fine, yes, I was built in 1948. I thought I knew you. I thought I could trust you, and now I discover that you're not a true Southern Railway engine after all. Why? Why did you deceive me so? 257 looked rather solemn. Well, when I met you, you talked endlessly about how non-Southern engines were the scum of the earth, how you couldn't understand them, how you hated anything that wasn't built by the Southern. What was I supposed to say? That in reality, I'd been built by the nationalised railway network that you absolutely despised? If I told you the truth, you would have hated me too. Delatrip said nothing for a moment. Look, Trip, I'm sorry that I lied to you. You deceived me. And everyone else at our shed. I thought we understood each other. I thought you agreed with me. I agreed with you so you'd have common ground with me. I never really had any prejudice against any other engines, regardless of when or where they were built. So our entire friendship is based on lies and deceit. What's the point? Why bother? Oh, I see now. You wanted to run with the cool crowds. You wanted everyone to believe that you were a true Southern engine. I wanted friends. If you and the others had known that I wasn't what you thought I was, you know what? Forget it. Forget everything. I can't be associated with a lying, deceitful British Railways built engine. Trip, we are done here. Get out of my sight. We're through. I can't stand it. Go. Seeing the anger on his old friend's face broke 257's heart. Without saying another word, he rolled sadly away, whilst Delatrip watched him, consumed with rage that he'd been lied to for all of this time. He stood alone, thinking about what he had learned, but he wasn't alone. He suddenly heard a noise from nearby as a small diesel shunter rolled up from behind him.
I know your secret, Delatrip.
Excuse me?
You remember me, I'm sure. From the works?
Yes,
Then you know that I know your secret.
I have no idea what.
I know your history. Where you come from, really. I know about your past, and if you want that secret to remain undiscovered, you better consider the way you talk to my friends.
Stella Tripp suddenly looked rather scared. You wouldn't tell anyone, would you?
That depends. Keep your mouth shut and stop upsetting everyone, and your secret is safe. But if you continue to antagonize our colleagues with your supremacy, then, well, certain words might just slip out. I'll leave you to think about that, Don Tripp.
Mr. B rolled mysteriously away, leaving Della Tripp feeling rather worried that his secret might be revealed. Since his confrontation with 257 and Mr. B, Della Tripp had remained completely silent in the presence of the other engine, who was still rather cross with him due to his attitude on his first day on the line. He was painfully aware that Mr. B appeared to be watching him wherever he went, and so refrained from making any comments at all, just in case Mr. B happened to reveal his secret. Mr. Dark was happy with his performance, however, and decided to keep him on, despite initial complaints from the rest of the fleet. Meanwhile, over in the museum, Turbo had been enjoying his rest, talking to visitors, speaking to the other museum engines, and generally feeling much more rested than he had done for a long time. Though the other engine complained about their situation from time to time, Turbo was quite satisfied with his experience so far, and was secretly quite glad that he was back in the overhaul queue for the time being. One warm morning, Turbo was awoken when he heard movement nearby. He saw that Dave, Ed, and Sid had all been taken outside, and that Buzz was heading towards them.
Hello, Turbo.
Hi, Buzz. What's going on with the engines? Why are they outside?
Haven't you heard? The works finally had some more room to commence overhauls. So Dave, Ed, and Sid are moving into the works.
And Otto too?
No, Otto's just been moved to a different road. As are you.
Is that so you can move Eddie into the works too?
Eddie? The collar goods behind you. No, he's remaining where he is for the time being. Mr. Dark said he wants to rotate the fleet a little, and Eddie isn't needed at the moment.
Oh, okay. That's not good.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. But the museum still needs some exhibits. And Mr. Dark still needs to decide which other engines will be utilized in spring in the next few months. So for the time being, you're moving over nearer to Otto.
Fair enough. Eddie had heard these exchanges from the back of the museum. He felt upset, because seeing his friends were all going in Grosvenor and his nearest companions being moved further away from him made him worry a little. Looks like they're all abandoning us, huh? Yeah, we're on our own. I told you this would happen. Everyone forgot about me pretty quickly. Now they're forgetting about you too. I haven't forgotten about you. Exactly. That's why I'm still here. Keep you company whilst everyone else moves on and forgets. I'm sure that isn't the case. Oh, but it is. Can't you see? Dave, Ed, and Sid are being overhauled. Turbo's moving away to be closer to Otto. It's just you back here all alone. Forgotten. Discarded. I mean, who knows? Perhaps the others aren't really being overhauled. Perhaps they're going to be scrapped, just like me. Don't be ridiculous. You're just making things up. I can assure you I'm not making things up. Besides, if I'm making things up, then why would it matter? I'm made up anyway. That's not the point. It kind of is. I'm only here because you can't accept the fact that I'm not really here anymore. Face the fact, Eddie, nobody gives a toss about us anymore. Everybody's abandoning you. No one cares about you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Shut up! Just shut up and leave me alone. Go away!
Who is it talking to?
I don't know. Eddie, are you alright? Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, okay then. You ready then for Buzz?
Yeah, sure.
Fuck's sake.
257 Squadron had not had a chance to try and talk to Della Trip for a few weeks now. He had been requested for a handful of mainline rail tours, along with useless characters, and so could be absent from the railway for several days at a time. Whenever he did return to the line, Della Trip would be nowhere to be seen, and when 257 did see him, the engine seemed to make himself scarce quite quickly. He began to get quite downhearted about all this, and spoke to the other engines. I've been trying to catch him so I can try and explain myself better, but he doesn't want to know. I don't know why you're trying to him. If he clearly doesn't care, why are you bothering? Because he's still my friend at the end of the day. We knew each other for so long. I'd hate to throw everything away over a slight misrepresentation of the truth. You mean a lie? I wouldn't call it a lie per se. You can't base a friendship on lies, 257. I'm not sticking up for him, but if you had been honest with him in the first place, maybe things would have panned out better for you two. I've never lied to Dave or Raymond. Yes, you have. You told me that Calgon would make my engine sound better, and all it did was make me sound like a washing machine. Well, that was indeed a slight misrepresentation of the truth. You and I broke my prime mover. Well, this isn't the time or the place to bring us up, Raymond. We're trying to comfort our good friend in his time of need. You didn't comfort me in my time of need when you called my engine to break. But I apologise. Isn't that enough? Not for some engines. This guy sounds quite stubborn and self-important. I'd just let it go if I were you, 257. You have us. I suppose so. But still, just let him calm down and get over himself. He'll come round eventually. But Hannah was wrong. As the summer arrived and schedules became even busier, the engines had less and less time to socialise, and Della Trip remained silent and frosty. This was beginning to wind up 257 to no end, and eventually he could stand it no longer. One evening, he saw that Della Trip had been disposed of for the night at Mirku and was sleeping in the furthest shed row from the other engine. Hey, Trip? Della Trip opened his eyes, seeing 257 arriving in the vacant boat next to him. With no crew, he was unable to leave the vicinity. I want to talk. Well, I don't want to talk to you. Just leave me to be in peace. But I can't. I can't just leave this unresolved. I know that I deceived you, and I know that I upset you, but I want to make amends. I don't want to throw our friendship away over this, mate. How dare you? You expect my forgiveness? You want to just forget that this happened? Our entire friendship was false. You lied through your teeth for years. You expect forgiveness, 257? Well, you're not getting it. I wish I'd never met you. I wish you'd never been built. 257 looked shocked and was on the verge of tears. The other engines looked over at the sound of Delatrip's main voice. You don't mean that. I do. Every word of it. You've overstepped the mark this time, coming to me, begging for forgiveness, when you can clearly see that I have no choice but to remain and listen to your drivel. I do not tolerate charlatans, liars, and deceivers.
So you mean like yourself?
Everybody fell silent. Don't you say another word. What did you say, Mr. B?
You yourself have just overstepped the mark. I told you that if you said anyone else again, I told you it was your secret.
Secret? What secret?
You lot stay out of this, especially you. You're not even a proper resident of this railway or this region.
And technically speaking, neither are you. You've been deceiving everybody since you got here. You talk about 257 deceiving you. You've been deceiving him and lying to him since you two first met.
What are you on about?
Delatrip here isn't all that he says that he is. And I've heard enough tonight.
Don't you dare!
257, where did Delatrip tell you he was built?
Well, like every other member of the class, of course. Eastleigh.
This is not right.
Delatrip began to panic. Mr. B, please, don't do this.
It's too late. Everybody was surrounded, especially the 257. Does he serve the truth as well after all these years?
What is he on about, Trip? Nothing. Just ignore him. He's... What haven't you told me? It's nothing. Honestly, it isn't.
Delatrip was not, in fact, built at Eastleigh, like he said. Quite likely this, but our Delatrip here
No!
was built at the North British local
Delatrip looked supremely uncomfortable as the other engine stared at him. 257, in particular, looked absolutely devastated. Is this true? Of course not. What utter...
I can assure you, it's true. I was there when you were back. I saw it. Immediately hid behind us. British.
257 didn't reply. 257? 257? 257! 257, come back! But he was stuck. He couldn't move. Unfortunately for him, he saw that the other engines were staring at him again, but now they looked rather cross, especially Hannah. He was really shaken up, you know, when you two stopped talking. And now we learn that you've been lying to him all of this time as well. I had to lie to everyone. If anybody had known that I was built in Scotland...
And what exactly is wrong with being built in Scotland then?
Nothing, but you lot don't understand what it was like on the southern region. Then why don't you enlighten us then, instead of being such a pompous, arrogant prick? When I arrived on the southern, shortly after I was built, I was harassed daily by the local engines when they discovered where I was from. I was ridiculed, I was shunned, I was bullied no end. Once I got my smoke deflected, they hid my builder plate, and then I moved sheds, and those engines were withdrawn. So I lied. I told everyone I was an eating machine, and everyone believed me. I fell into the ways of the other engines, prejudice, supremely protective of the region, and I forgot myself. Never really thought about it until now. Oh, so you think that's all right then? You think it's fine to come to a railway and offend everybody? You know what you are, Delatrip? You're a fucking hypocrite. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and find 257 and make sure he's alright. Because that's what real friends do.
Why hide your source, It should be something to be proud of, shouldn't it? Even if you were built in Scotland, you've been on a certain region on your life. If I recall, you had a wee bit of an argument with the other engine, choosing them and not being appropriate for the region. Based on what I've learned tonight, they're probably more appropriate for the region you are. There's something I'm a better work ethic than you do. Now, excuse me.
Delatrip said nothing as Clyde rolled away, followed by Mr. B, who said nothing more. Clive was the last to leave Delatrip on his own. He called over to the N15 as he puffed out of the sheds.
If you had teeth and I had feet, I'd kick your fucking teeth in, you prick.
Delatrip watched as Clive disappeared into the night, feeling like a very stupid engine indeed. It was a quiet Sunday morning on the Dark Railway. The line was closed for maintenance repairs, and Mr. B had been stationed at Gannon Junction in between jobs. Suddenly, he heard someone running towards him. It was Zeke.
Oh, hey Zeke, what are you doing?
We've got to get out of here now.
But why? What's the emergency?
I might have ever so slightly stolen one of Mr. Chairman's custard creams.
Zeke! Oh shit, let's get out of here.
Zeke, talk!
Alan, thank goodness you're here. I need your help.
And why should I help you?
Zeke and Mr. B have just stolen one of my custard creams. I need to get it back.
And what's in it for me?
I'll put in a good word for you with this regard.
And?
Okay, and I'll get you a tanker of high-octane diesel.
So, let's chase down those bastards! Punch it!
Zeke, pull over and give me back my custard cream.
It's just one custard cream. Didn't anybody teach you to share?
My custard creams. Get back here with that custard cream.
I'm already eating it. Joke's on you. So, want to get a drink?
No, we don't have any drivers.
Oh, well, fuck. Whilst all of the other engines were either busy or being repaired, Turbo, Otto, and Eddie remained stationary within the museum. Whilst Turbo and Otto were positioned nearby and could talk to each other, Eddie remained in relative isolation, fearing that he would never leave the museum or speak to anybody again, something that his subconscious mind was actively reinforcing. You might as well give up. Clearly you'll never leave this place. You've been stuck in here since the museum opened, and you've not moved since. Just give up, mate. Go to sleep and never wake up. It's not like anybody's going to miss you, really, is it? Not like anybody else has spoken to you for a while. The only one who cared about you in any way, shape, or form is dead. Who knows? You might even be scrapped. Then you can join me. I won't be scrapped. Will I? Oh, probably. Doesn't look like you're going to be going anywhere else anytime soon. And once Ed's been restored to working order, it's game over for you. My God. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am. But what can I do to stop it? Nothing. You're just going to have to sit here and wait it out. And you'll still be here. I'll be here as long as you need me to be. Cheer up. At least you have plenty of time to contemplate the end. Eddie drifted in and out of consciousness the next morning, catching snatches of conversation around the museum as he tried to wake up from a series of bad dreams. He could hear Turbo's and Otto's voices, but soon he could hear another voice that was unfamiliar. He opened his eyes and saw another engine had been shunted into the museum next to the other two engines. He tried to listen in on what was being said. So then, Colossus, how did you end up surviving for so long? I thought all of the G2s were scrapped. Most of them were, but I was lucky. Well, actually, I feel that I was more unlucky than anything, now that I stopped to think about it. But you survived. How is that unlucky? I suffered a fate that I wouldn't even wish on my worst enemy. Once British Railways was done with me, they sold me into a scrapyard up near Birmingham, where I was shunted to the very back of a long line of locomotives. Some were classmates of mine, others were much younger designs, and others still had only been built quite recently, including, if I recall, a diesel locomotive. Turbo gulped and Colossus continued. So there I was, banished to the back of the yard, forced to watch as hundreds of fellow locomotives were cut up right in front of my eyes. I could hear the sobs, the screams of pain, the horror of the thing, and yet I could do nothing. I couldn't get those sounds out of my smoke box, especially when the younger engines were consigned to history. Every day, I would watch as another engine was axed to pieces, the lines of engines getting smaller and smaller, as the scrappers came closer and closer to my position. One day, there were only a few engines left in front of me. By the end of that day, there was only me and another engine left. I thought that would be my final day on this plane of existence. I truly believed that, you know. I think I'd even accepted it by that point. But then, well, this young man here saved me. Turbo and Otto looked down and saw that Zeke had entered the museum. Ah, hello everyone. Zeke, you saved this engine? Indeed I did. I was speaking to Dad and Mr. Smash. I wanted a project engine for myself. Initially, I wanted to get another express engine, but when I heard that one of the last surviving LNWR engines was about to be cut up, I got in contact with the yard owner and arranged to come and view him. Mr. Smash drove me up to the scrapyard a few weeks ago, and I brought Colossus on the spot. I had to save him, especially after everything that he'd been through, and how grateful I am that you did so. But instead of putting him straight into the works, we've all decided that it would be best if we placed him in here for the time being, so that we can show what an engine looks like before restoration begins. Besides, the work is a little busy at the moment, what with Dave, Ed and Sid demanding plenty of room. Oh, I don't mind one bit. Anything's better than rusting away out in the open air, watching your colleagues perish. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore, Colossus. Turbo, Otto and Eddie will look after you. Eddie? There's another engine in here. I've only seen these two so far. Yeah, he's at the back of the museum. I'm not sure why he's all over there all on his own. I'll make some arrangements with Dad and see if I can do something about that. Eddie's spirits suddenly lifted. Did I hear that properly? Zeke's going to have me moved? Don't get your hopes up. He's probably going to move you out of the museum. And no, I don't think so. I think I'm finally going to have someone else to talk to. And this... everything okay with you, Eddie? Huh? You've been talking to yourself again, haven't you? But I was talking to... Oh, never mind. Well, let's not worry about that at the moment. Look, Eddie, I'm really sorry you've been back here on your Todd for so long. I'm going to get Buzz out of here this afternoon with Mr. Berthelsen to shunt you guys around a bit. I'll probably have Colossus move back here with you so you two can keep each other company. How does that sound? Sounds great. Rightio, I'll be back soon. Zeke walked away, leaving Eddie feeling much happier. His companion, however, was not. What do you think you're doing, being all cheerful all of a sudden? I'm going to have a new friend to talk to. I'll be able to what? To forget about me? No, that's exactly what you meant. You're just going to forget all about me, and Kammer, and Owen, just like everyone else has. Aren't you the one who keeps banging on about for everyone to remember us, and not to forget us? Aren't you the one blaming yourself for what happened, even though you couldn't have done anything to prevent it? You need to get a grip and stop being so negative. I'm not. I don't want to forget you. I just want to be able to move on. I've accepted what's happened, and I've accepted that you're no longer here. And that it wasn't my fault. But I want to go forward and think about my future. I have to be strong. And I'll cherish the memories that I have of you, and the others, I promise. But this isn't working. I'm not keeping your memory alive while I'm hallucinating your existence as a coping mechanism. I'm ready, all right? I'm ready to move forward. Well then. Well. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Huh? You've been convincing yourself that nobody cares about you, and that you'll be forgotten like me. Well, Zeke has proven that you're not being forgotten, and as long as you can keep my memory alive in some respect, well, that's been the reason I've been here all along. But now you realise, don't you, Eddie? You've finally let it all out, and you're ready to move forward. Which means what? Well, it means I'm no longer needed here, am I? If this Colossus is going to be coming back here to keep you company, you don't need me anymore. It's about time I left. Don't you agree? Perhaps so. Well, I guess this is goodbye. I guess it is. At least you have some closure now. In a roundabout way, you finally got to say goodbye to me. I do. Well, goodbye, Colin. Goodbye, Eddie. Remember me, won't you? I will. Later in the afternoon, Buzz arrived at the museum and, as promised, moved Colossus from the front of the museum to the track next to Eddie before departing to charge up again. Colossus smiled. So, you're ready then? I am indeed, and I hear that you're called Colossus. That's right. You must have heard our conversation earlier then. I couldn't help overhearing. Indeed, and we couldn't help overhear your conversation earlier on. Oh, you heard that? We heard a one-way conversation, yes. But your friends tell me they think they understand now that you've finally let it out. Eddie looked embarrassed, and Colossus noticed. Don't worry about what we might or might not have heard. We aren't going to judge. From what I hear, there's been a recent death that really cut you up, and you've been back here on your own for quite some time. Perhaps it was a little bit thoughtless that the railway operators left you in isolation for so long without thinking about the consequences of those actions. But I'm glad that you seem to be finally coming to terms with it. As you might have heard, I've been struggling with survivor's guilt since my time in the scrapyard, but that wasn't your fault, and neither was it yours that your friend died. It's just something that you will have to learn to cope with. But with support from your friends and colleagues, I'm sure that you'll come out of this whole ordeal a better engine. You think so? I know so. You seem like a good engine, Eddie. Don't let the past drag you down. Think about the future, like I'm going to. At the end of the day, we might have been through some terrifying and depressing ordeals, but we're still here, and there are still people who care about us. Remember that. Eddie smiled properly for the first time in ages. I will. So, this friend of yours, what was his name again? Colin. Colin. I had a brother called Colin. Anyway, this Colin, how did you two meet then? Well, it was back in 1962. I'd just come through to this railway from the western region with an engine that I thought was my friend. He wasn't a friend. I see that now. Of course, we sometimes do tend to fall in with the wrong crowds. Well, this guy Maxon didn't like any of the engines on this railway, and he made a fairly big deal about it. Me, I wasn't like him at all. I appreciated engines from another region, and I accepted that I'd come here to try and make more friends. One of them was Colin. He and Dave designed Black Tide. While Teddy was much happier now, thanks to Colossus's assistance, Delatrip was still miserable. Since he had been exposed as a hypocritical liar, the other engines hadn't spoken to him at all, and worse still, 257 had been so busy that Trip hadn't had any chances to try and make amends. Mr. Dark was soon made aware of the situation, and decided that the bad atmosphere between his engines needed addressing. One morning, before the day's services began, Mr. Dark separately asked Delatrip and 257 to come to Mircombe Station. When the two engines saw that the other was there, an awkward silence fell, until Mr. Dark turned up out of the blue, as usual. Now, you two, I've had it up to here with your bad moods. I'm well aware that there have been some communication problems and untruth between you, but for heaven's sake, what does it matter? He's a hypocrite, sir. He had to go at me for lying about where and when I was built, and then it's revealed that he lied about him path too. Again, so what? You both lied about when and where you were built, so you're both as bad as each other. Now, Trip, I understand you want to say something to 257. I just want to apologise, sir, for how I've behaved since I've been here, and for lying to you, 257. I know I've said some bad things in the past, and made some mistakes, but now that you know, I want to try and make amends. Can we start again? 257 continued to give him a stony look. 257, sir, don't you think you should drop this and accept his apology? 257 considered. Well, I suppose we're both to blame. I mean, can we rebuild this friendship, though? I'm willing to try. What do you say? A fresh start? I'll try my hardest not to lie about anything again. 257 smiled. Okay, but under one condition. Anything. You have to stop being such a supremacist when it comes to the other engines. My friends and brother are important to me, and I don't want you pissing them off with your racism any longer. Understand? Understood. I'll try and be more open-minded when it comes to our colleagues. Well then, that's everything right in order once again. Now, if you two will kind of get back to work, I've got some important business to attend to this morning. Go on, off you fuck. The two steam engines headed away from the station, perhaps not right back to normal, but prepared to try and become friends once again all the same. "257 and Delatrip spent the rest of the day working regular service trains over the line. While Trip had been ignored by everyone else all day, by the time he got back to Colhampton Sheds, 257 was waiting for him, with Eustace of all engines. Trip looked puzzled as he approached, worried about Eustace's reaction, but 257 called to him. It's okay, Trip. Eustace wants to speak to you. Trip walked cautiously into the shed once he'd been turned around. Once settled, Eustace spoke. So, I heard that you two are trying to make amends. Yes, I hope so. Well, I'm glad that you are, and I must say, if we're all going to disregard our past actions and attitudes, I would like to offer my goodwill to you also. But really, after everything I said to you, Eustace, I find that, as I've gotten older, I have learnt a lot more respect and reasonings for this world that we live in, and despite the fact that the others will not be so quick to let go of this issue, I have seen how depressed you have become over this, and I want to extend the hand of friendship, and if 257 can forgive you, then so can I. Well, thanks, Eustace. I wish I had a brotherly relationship as strong as you two's in the past. None of my brothers liked me at all. Well, me and Eustace didn't like each other at all that much in the past either, but since we've lived here, we've become much closer. It's the effect of this railway that it has on us all, I believe. We are one big family on this line after all. Delatrip didn't look convinced. Eustace smiled. Never mind what the other engines think, Delatrip. All families have their feuds and upsets, but I'm sure things will work out well in the end. I hope so. I think I'd much rather be here than any other region, or 257 shot him a warning look. Oh, I only meant that I know what you're referring to. Don't worry. You'd rather be closer to a familiar place than somewhere completely new. Exactly. Well, as I say, we will try and work things out between us. I'm certain that, over time, if you truly change your ways and adapt to the new order of things, the other engines will come round, and we will help you however we can. Thanks, Eustace. Meanwhile, Clyde was getting more and more frustrated with himself. He had been trying to find another diesel for the railway, as he suggested to Mr. Dark, but so far he hadn't had any luck.
This is really starting to wind me up. I've been up and down the east and west coast looking for spare diesels, but nothing. Not even on the old Midlands region have anything to spare. And most of them don't even want to come down south anyway.
Don't worry about it, Clyde. There's another diesel out there somewhere.
But Mr. Dark is relying on me to help him, and I don't want to let him down.
You're not letting him down. You have your own jobs to do as well. We can't expect you to keep wasting time on this diesel hunt.
I know, but still, I'm the best one to go out and poke around for help. I wonder if there's any chance of some diesels in Wales.
Hold on. Have you tried the Western region yet?
The Western region?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I heard a rumour that their fleet of diesels are not being kept by British Rail. If I recall, the Western diesels have a different transmission to most other diesels in the country, so they're regarded as non-standard. It was one of those diesels that saved my life, you know.
Really?
Yeah. It was just after I'd been withdrawn. I was being prepared to be taken for scrap from Bristol when he arrived. I was scared that he was the engine taking me onwards for scrap, but then he told me he wanted to help me survive. He took me off the train and took me to Swindon. That got me even more worried, because I knew there were scrap and steam engines there too. But he took me to a siding and looked after me, until some men came and offered to buy me. He stayed with me right until they took me away for restoration. Unfortunately, I think he was scrapped not long afterwards.
Ah, that explains when you're not hostile towards the diesels at all, eh?
Yeah.
You know what? I'll try and get a contract to go down that way and see what I can find. Thanks for the help, Anna.
And with that, Clyde roared away to look for Mr. Dark. Clyde was in luck. A few weeks later, after bringing in the red herring, Clyde was called upon British Rail to make a freight delivery to Swindon Works. Thrilled that he could finally have an excuse to head west, he collected his train and proceeded towards the former Great Western Works. Arriving in the dawn light, Clyde deposited his train and headed over to the yard. It was a spooky place, with the early morning mist obscuring his sight somewhat, and the nearer feeling that he was being watched everywhere. Nevertheless, he ventured further and further in, eventually beginning to see the outlines of strange-looking diesel engines that he hadn't seen before. What concerned him was that he began to notice that these engines were all silent and unmoving.
That's not right. Why are there so many diesels here? And why aren't they being prepared for work?
A voice called out to him.
Who's there? Why are you here? Do you understand the danger you put yourself in?
Clyde followed the sound of the voice.
Oh, go back and get out of here. You're in great danger. What's so dangerous about a diesel depot? This isn't a diesel depot, my friend.
As the engine spoke, the sun began to burn off most of the morning mist. Then, as Clyde looked around, something dawned on him.
What's going on here? Now you see, this is a Swindon withdrawal sighting. Your engine's destined for the cutter's torch. But it's full of diesels. Surely you've not all been withdrawn. There's surplus to requirements now. As far as British Rail are concerned, they're garbage. But why? Us hydraulics are non-standard designs. I like your diesel electrics. We're clearly the victors in the transmission wars. The Western region has no use for engines like us anymore. We didn't come out quite like they expected. But you're so young. Do a really big age has anything to do with it? It's all down to management and maintenance. Engines like me are finished. So why are you here anyway? Leave this place. Don't come back unless you want to suffer the same fate. But I'm on a mission. I'm trying to find a diesel for a railway in the southern region. A steam engine friend of mine told me about a diesel that saved her from this region. So if I can find... Type of steam engine? Aye, exactly. Bit unusual, but... What was her name? Oh, Hannah, Hannington Hall. I need to know. That's what I said. How? Do you know her?
Warrior dropped his tough talk and began to smile.
I remember Hannington Hall. Fine example of the Great West middle class. I well remember how terrified she was that night. Hang on a minute. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Did you? I saved Hannington Hall from scrap, yes. I saw her, all alone, marshalled into a scrap train bound for Cashmore's. I had recently heard of a group of preservationists who wished to save an example of a Collet Hall, and Hannington Hall was in excellent condition. I couldn't just let it be scrapped. It wasn't fair. It was so unjust. Now, when I approached her, she started to cry. Even though I was there to take her to her doom. Well, I wasn't. I took her out that yard and brought her here so that she could be purchased by those young men. Ironic, isn't it? I save her and bring her here to be saved. All these years later, I end up here to wait my own fate. No. Excuse me. You're not going to wait any fate here. I was sent out here to find an appropriate diesel engine for the railway, and I finally found one. Aye, that is, if you want to be saved, of course. Well, I'd have to work again, especially alongside Hannington Hall. But how? How could you save me? I could go and get the railway's manager. He can come here and buy you if he wants you. Just tell him about your history with Hannah, and I'm sure he'll buy you. Well, you could try. It'd be nice to see her again and find out what happened to her. Then don't fret. I'm going to go back and get the railway's manager right away.
Clyde roared back out of the yard and hurried back towards Kent to grab Mr. Dart. Clyde had managed to convince Mr. Dart to come with him back to Swindon, accompanied by Mr. Chairman, who had heard of the endeavour and wanted to have a poke about himself. When they arrived, Clyde took him directly to Warrior, who smiled once again as Clyde approached.
So you wasn't lying when you said you'd bring him here? I keep my promises, Warrior.
Mr. Dart walked up to the engine. Clyde held his non-existent breath. Well, Clyde, he's a bit bigger than what I was expecting.
But, sir...
However, I understand you have a personal connection with one of my engines, Warrior.
If what this engine says is true, then I believe I actually saved her from being scrapped. Hannington Hall? Or Hannah, she's better known.
That is correct.
And how is she?
She's doing okay. She's become our most versatile mixed traffic steam engine and is a credit to our line.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that she's doing well. So what do you think, sir?
You've done very well, Clyde. Warrior, I'm going to go to the foreman's office and make some inquiries. If all goes well, you'll be mine by this evening. I could certainly use another diesel such as yourself for our early morning diagrams. I'm sure you'd like to see Hannah again in any case.
I would be honoured to.
Mr. Dart walked away, but the Warrior smiled broadly.
Clyde? Aye. Thank you for this. Really. Thank you. Hey, no bother. You really are a brave engine, though. Trying to make sure I kept myself safe this morning. You're a real warrior.
Mr. Dart was away for a long while, mainly because Mr. Chairman had found himself an engine to purchase as well. But by that evening, the Dark Railway had successfully acquired another 2 engines to alleviate their diesel crisis, including Warrior, who Clyde personally escorted back to the Dark Railway metals. When they arrived in the dead of night, though, Warrior was worried.
Oh, she don't recognise me. I'm sure she...
But he stopped. Hannah just rolled out of the yard to see what was going on. Clyde, what the... She stopped as she spotted...
Ooh, Meadowlands!
She looked very surprised. Warrior? Warrior? Is that you? Warrior smiled.
Pennington Hall, Hannah. It's so good to see you alive and well.
Hannah began to cry. You're here. I thought you'd been scratched long ago.
No, I almost was, though. But your friend here saved my life.
Hannah continued to cry as she looked at Clyde. I never thought I'd see him again. Clyde, thank you for finding him.
You're welcome. I'll let you two catch up a bit.
Thank you, Clyde.
Thank you. Clyde happily moved away from the pair as they continued to catch up with each other, finally feeling satisfied that he'd helped find a suitable diesel to work on the Dark Railway. And on reflection, he couldn't believe how his luck had turned out, thanks to Hannah's suggestion. Along with Warrior, who was warmly accepted into the fleet by the other engines after he explained how he'd saved Hannah all those years ago, another diesel had been saved from the scrap lines at Swindon for use on the Dark Railway. He was a small mixed traffic diesel whom the DRPS chairman had decided to rescue. The Society had agreed that a mid-sized diesel would greatly help them in their efforts around the line, and Andy, as he was known, would put to service on a variety of trains, including evening parcels, ballast trains from Soma, and of course, the Red Herring. With this sudden influx of diesel engines, some of the steam engines became slightly upset. Well, That'll be me out of a job. What do you mean? That new little diesel's been bringing my goods train to Kohlhaffer for me. I thought you didn't mind that so much when it came to the goods trains. It's only what Cammy used to do. I don't mind. But then, yesterday, he was lost to take one of my passenger trains instead of me. Oh, come on, Lino. It's not like he's here to steal your job. He's here to help, as his warrior. I know, but I thought that Mr. Dark only wanted one diesel, and we suddenly have two. Well, to be fair, Andy's owned by the DRPS, so it's nothing to do with Mr. Dark. But still, this is what happened to me back on my old line. Diesel's moved in, I lost my job, I ran away here. I'm certain he's not doing anything intentionally. I spoke to him the other night. He'd been sat in Swindon's scrap lines for like 7 months, so I'm sure you could just speak to him and everything will be fine. Lino wasn't so sure, but once he spoke to Andy and learned his story, he warmed up to the little diesel, and soon Andy became a regular visitor to the Soma branch when not working other trains. One morning, Andy had been rostered onto one of the morning commuter trains. These trains run earlier than the scheduled steam services, mainly so that workers can get to work in the towns and cities that the railway serves, also that mainline passengers can catch their connection trains to and from Kohlhaffer and Horton. As Andy rolled towards the train, however, he saw that a group of enthusiasts were stood on the station with stony faces. As he buffeted up to the coaches, one of the men shouted, "Oi, what's the meaning of this?" Andy looked surprised.
What's the meaning of what?
Why is there a diesel on this train?
Because there is.
But this is a steam railway. I come here to find steam traction. That's what I paid for.
But this is a commuter train. Next train will be a steam service.
Well, this isn't good enough. Me and my mates aren't travelling behind a diesel. I'm going to complain about this. I'll have you off this train for sure.
You're a fucking cunt.
Mr. Dark, groggy and annoyed, soon arrived to see what was the matter. The man who had complained had managed to convince everybody to detrain, and many people were complaining about Andy heading the train. Despite Mr. Dark's arguments about it being a diesel diagram, the passengers wouldn't budge, so Mr. Dark walked up to Andy, who kept eyeing the passengers angrily. "Morning, Andy."
Hey up.
"I'm sorry, but I can't let you take this train." Andy looked upset.
That bloke.
"I know, but I have to keep the passengers happy, and they're refusing to get on the train unless a steam engine takes it. So I'm afraid you'll have to come off the train."
But this isn't very fair on me, is it?
"It isn't, I agree. But what can I do? Can you go and get Barry for me? He's nearly ready, so..."
Alright, fine. You really are a smug bellend, aren't you? Happy now, you fucking twat?
Andy rolled back towards the shed, fuming. Barry, who was almost ready to go, looked up as the diesel approached.
Hey up.
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 Hey up. What's wrong with you? Thought you were taking some bouncy Pringles down to Kohlhaffer.
Oh, some fucking prick back at the station doesn't want a diesel taking his train. So he's forced all the passengers to get off the train. He's had me come off. And now you have to take the train.
Barry was horrified.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sorry, mate. I know you don't like passenger trains.
I bloody hate passengers, I do. Especially ones filled with breakfast muffins and coffee beans. Lousy dirty posters. Don't you worry, Andy Fanny. I'll knock their fucking heads off with the bumpiest ride they'll ever have. Trust me, they'll never want to travel on this railway again. Now then, do I use the lake or the rubbish tip?
That doesn't sound like a good...
This wasn't just an isolated incident either. As the autumn services began, some of the steam engines were being sidelined for maintenance work to be done, leaving all of the line diesels to help on regular daytime services. This meant that some of the advertised steam services were now being pulled by the diesel fleet, causing some angry faces at the stations when Andy, Warrior, and Raymond arrived with their trains. Warrior was concerned about this.
They're all calling me garbage. I hate to disappoint the passengers, but what can we do?
We could set them on fire and see how they like that, bastards.
We can't do that.
Why not? They'd do it to us if they had the chance. Hear about that warship that was torched while she slept at Bristol Bath Road? Passengers are vicious bastards.
All of them are. Besides, we're just going to have to put up with it. We haven't got a lot of choice at the moment. Just grin and bear it. That's what I do.
But unfortunately, there was only so much grinning and bearing that the engine could put up with. Even the diesel shunters were getting abuse from people from time to time.
Oi, you there?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you. Where are all of the steam engines?
Fucking your mum, that's where.
What a rude diesel. No wonder nobody's like you.
Look, I'm doing my job here. Eustace will be out to take the train in a minute, so what's the big deal?
Look, this is advertising on the steam railway, and we demand to see steam engines do every aspect of work on this line. If I wanted to see diesels, I'd go out on the main line.
Well, guess what, princess? It's not your choice. And besides, this is my home. So if I'm asked to do something, I'll bloody well do it. So piss off somewhere else if you don't like it.
The passenger did.
Adam thought this was the end of it, but he was wrong. That evening, Ryan had come down to Colhapper so that Alan could speak to Mr. B about something at Gannon Junction that evening. Unfortunately for him, he decided to sleep in the exposed goods shed near the station rather than in the relatively safe shed complex. He fell asleep happily, thinking about returning to work at Mercury the next day. But the next morning, when his driver arrived to get him ready for work, he was shocked by what he saw. Ryan, what happened to you? What do you mean? Have you seen yourself? No. Why? You're covered in graffiti. Ryan was horrified. Graffiti? All over my smart green paint? We won't have time to clean you up. Looks like you're going to have to go into the works to have this lot taken off. But I can't go out like this. I can't station pilot covered in spray paint. Don't have a choice. Come on, we'll get the coaches into the station before people arrive. But it was no good. The passenger that had argued with Alan the previous day was already on the platform with a bunch of his friends. When they saw Ryan, they roared with laughter as Ryan slowly shunted the coaches into the platform. When he heard their laughter, he began to cry. Ignore them, Ryan. But he couldn't ignore the jabs and laughs, and he quickly scampered away, extremely upset by his appearance. Alan was fucking furious when he found out what happened and came to see Ryan, who was hiding at the back of Character Smash Limited, waiting to go into the paint shop. Those bastards. I know who's behind this. This guy had a go at me yesterday, so clearly he came back to get his revenge, but got the wrong shunter. Oh, jeez, I'm so sorry, Ryan. Ryan continued to whimper. I'll get him back for this somehow, I swear. News had spread around about the graffiti attack on Ryan, and by this point, the Diesels had had enough. Warrior held a meeting at Gannon Junction one evening, out of earshot of the managers, with Buzz and Clyde in attendance too.
There are some worrying attitudes round here regarding us diesel engines.
I just don't understand it. Me and Turbo never got this sort of abuse a few years ago.
You know why that is, don't you?
Go on, enlighten us.
It's a marketing campaign that Mr. Dark came up with earlier this year. He's been spreading it around that the railway is primarily a steam railway.
Well, that would explain why everyone's being so negative towards the diesel fleet then.
I'm surprised that you avoided all this stuff.
I hide away in my shed most of the time, don't I?
Yeah. Cheese.
Well, I for one don't particularly want to do any more work that will put me at risk again.
Neither do I.
Well, how about we go on strike? Everybody looked at Alan. Is that really such a good idea, Alan? Yes. Buzz, tell them.
It's a good idea, actually. Me and Alan talked about this yesterday. If you look out on strike, it'll disrupt operations around the railway, forcing the managers to do something about the situation.
But what can they do?
They can stop spreading shit that this is a steam railway predominantly for starters.
And they could stand up for rights to work here as well for seconds.
I don't know. Would you like it if vandals ruined your paintwork, Raymond? Or booed you off your morning trains? Be thankful that nobody's broken into the museum yet and tried to torch Turbo. Alright then, I'm in. The engines all agreed, and soon departed back to their sheds for the night.
Absolute master at
I'm gonna
stuff.
die.
Oh yeah, sure.
I went right over my head and
If I get hit one more time, I am
I
dead.
just died.
Ow, get up, get up, get up.
I'm in
I almost died.
I'm done.
Okay,
Yay.
at the last second.
Edward, me, and Nathan survived.
I
Tom
also
Pro instead of
survived, you know.
Nathan. How dare you?
I also survived, you know.
You asked me to be their shield. Be Tom's.
Castle? Oh, I'm sorry, not a cat wearing a burger.
Yes.
You mean? No, I like a shark eating burger better.
There's a beautiful morning on the,
Volcano on the
I
Titanic!
like Tom and Nathan are pro more than
And we got
Gabriel.
Kate in the link station now. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. It's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening.
Then I'll
I just got covered. No, guys, I just
Tom,
got
do
covered
I?
in lava right now, and
Yeah.
I just died. I got blocked in
nice.
lava and I died.
This shit.
Oh boy.
I mean, looking at your screen, this is like a natural disaster movie. Like, oh my god.
These are like one of those disasters.
This whole game is a natural disaster movie.
Yep, I'm out. No, I got hit. But I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. No!
Whoa.
Oh no! No! Get up. Get up. Get up.
Yep. Beat up. Beat up.
Oh, Nathan, get out of there.
Nathan.
Nathan.
I'm
This is
surrounded
not
by
fine.
fire.
This is not fine.
I am
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Steve
Edward
Sims
said,
also
"Can we play
survived."
Blood Survival Waves.
Edward Sims? Did I hear that correctly?
No, Edward said, "Can we play Blood Survival Waves?"
Flood escape.
I thought you guys
With flood survival.
I want to do some. I want to do some cosplay stuff because yes.
What do you mean the scoop up?
Okay. Make it quick because no.
Oh.
This ain't good.
Oh, I'm gonna have.
We're gonna die easily.
Oh,
Everyone
dear.
say your prayers because we're gonna die easily.
Okay, everyone get
Okay. Why don't they go to the top of the idea?
I'm climbing. I'm climbing. I'm climbing. I am.
Holding on to it. Oh!
Hey, at least I can get a nice view of the volcano erupting there.
Ow! Oh, the spear! Ah!
I just realized this is a
How
bad place
dare
to
you,
be.
Todd? I'm gonna cancel you in 2 hours.
Try me, see what happens. Oh god. I'm now realizing.
Wait, yeah, I need to get
I'm
to behind the
not
building. That could be a pretty good idea.
Now I'm realizing I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a really horrible bad
How
spot.
mad are you?
90% bad, 10% good.
How
Dang. I'm gonna die.
Tom,
I'm just
how
gonna
mad
die.
are you? How mad are you?
I don't know, but I'm gonna
How
die
mad
eventually.
you
I'm gonna
are.
topple over. I
Oh
don't know.
god, yep. There we go.
Oh
no!
I died.
We'll just die here, but I think I'm gonna be fine. Yes.
Why are you so close to me?
Tom, you were one of the
survived that.
two, and I
Wow.
mean
Oh!
people who survived.
I did it.
Wait, no,
Okay.
you're the real TTTUE, right?
Yep. Okay.
You
Thomas,
did survive.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You
Shut
didn't
up.
Thomas
Xbox doesn't. I don't know how to change my name to the okay.
We're going to the
Tom is God.
Real
Thomas,
TTYT is basically a nickname at this point.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Hey, I'm getting my
God.
climb it up out of my fucking way.
I might be from.
Move your
I'll
balls.
get there.
Oh wait, no,
Oh
the Lighthouse is a bad place. Never mind. The Lighthouse is a
Oh
bad
my
place.
god.
Whoa!
It is a very, very bad place.
I'm going.
Nathan.
I think we're fine, but I think we're not. Oh, I just barely missed us. Oh god.
We're gonna fall and die. Probably die.
Oh god, yeah, brace for impact. Everybody brace for impact.
We just
There's a thousand.
Nathan and I just died.
Nathan just left the stream.
Dom, you died too?
I hate this
Oh
game
my-
now because the
Oh my
physics are
God.
bull crap. We're moving on to. I'm moving on to another. I'm moving to another game. I'm moving to another game.
I will tonight. I will survive.
I'm moving to another game. I'm just straight up moving to a different game because
I think I found my
Uh-oh.
I'm pretty sure some people might enjoy, but others I don't know.
Alright, let's go to the next team. What's the next team of our list?
Hang
Yeah,
on,
Tom,
you
pull
pissed?
it up.
Oh,
I'm banishing you to the second realm. Much better. And thus
no,
ends the
no,
march
wait,
of
no,
season
guys, I think
5.
you meant no.
Shy guy.
Why do you have Shy Guy?
Because yes.
I'm joining you.
Alright, I gotta go find the mini
Except
Thomas.
the server is full somehow.
I gotta find the mini Thomas.
I'm just gonna watch.
This
Gotta
is
find
my
Narrow Gauge
kingdom
Thomas.
come. This is my kingdom come.
Don't say just don't.
Should I say it?
No.
Wait, say what?
That's what she said.
Okay, we gotta find. Hang on, who's got a private server?
Me!
I'm pretty sure I don't have.
I do.
I have
My
expired. Let me
ligaments hurt.
check.
Guys, I do. My ligament hurts.
I did. I
Help
used
me.
to have a private server, but I decided to cancel it because I'm an idiot.
I also had a private server. I'll make one right
my
now.
ligament.
Dom's got a private server, so Dom, if you can you like send the link to the private server?
Hold on.
My ligament.
Oh. Payment canceled. That
This
means
is my
the private
kingdom
server
come.
reached the limit. Sorry.
I just made a private server. In
I
case.
don't think I can play because it's too laggy for a tablet like this. I'm playing.
Tommy can join me and don't even think about burning out.
What?
Don't even think about racing breath.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, what?
Don't even think about wasting breath.
Penis.
God damn it, you beat me to it. God damn it.
Pingus.
God damn it, I'm gonna say that too.
Snoopy Pingus.
Snoopy.
Stop. Just stop.
What does the stream become to?
No, it's funny.
Right. I'm
This
grabbing me
is a
Thomas right
bucket.
away.
Oh!
I'm
So I guess
having
everyone's joining my
Thomas
favorite
right
server.
away.
Everybody.
I'm grabbing Tom.
Oh, thank God.
Which one, big or small? That's big.
Both. Using big Tom to get there.
Both.
I think Mini Thomas
Yeah, that's right, Dice.
Mini
is
Thomas
far away from
War.
you.
Oh, crap
Yeah,
again.
Yeah, the new site is both. I love it. Yeah.
Da 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 da.
Yes, my quality is low.
Da 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 da.
Guys, I feel my penis.
Da 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 da.
You're gonna get canceled off of Twitter.
Wait, Tom. Can you do the face that I want to do so I can make a compilation of you out of context?
Okay, hang on. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Yeah, but
By
you
all
gotta
means.
make the faces.
Cyber faces, you mean? I've got a mini Tom Tom now.
You made like a weird face and you just look left and right. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna just use a random thumbs up.
Okay.
No, you should just do the thumbs up so I can just crop that and just make the thumb like really weird, and so boom. That should be the thumbnail.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on.
Wait, this is better.
Hey, question. Who finds it stupid that the standard gauge engines can't go on the dual gauge rails anymore?
No, wait, Tom, this is perfect. So
Although
I can make one.
I did manage to get Stephen Apples to Castle once.
I can.
It took a lot of skill.
I can make one of the people smaller and one of the people's normal, and just make them really weird. And then just crop the other eye and just place them both, and boom, there's the thumbnail.
Right.
Well,
I'm bringing narrow gauge Thomas into the works or whatever it is. To the ass. My ass.
My undercarriage. My undercarriage.
Mm-hmm.
My
Hey,
undercarriage is hard.
Stop.
When he said my undercarriage, he said.
Wait, did you do that sound? Did you do the
I'm like, Or like,
Who did the after I said that?
I either did or
No.
Homie.
No, don't. Do not.
Okay, Tom. Which member of the Vanos group fits you the most?
Oh god. Peter Sam, out of the way. Get out of the freaking way.
Peter Sam, that's not character in the Vanos group.
No.
Tom, get in the siding. In the yard.
Oh,
No.
He's driving the PP Sam.
Okay, wait, Tom. Tom, I got a question.
Hey, it's out of the way. Out of my
Can I ask
freaking
you a
way.
question?
What is the question?
Which member of the Vanos group fits you the most?
The Thanos group?
Vanos, yeah.
The Vanos. I don't know. I don't really watch most of it. I don't really watch most of him, unfortunately.
I think mine should be Vanos because, you know,
Obviously.
his personality fits with mine, kind of. What?
That scared me. That scared me.
I don't want to ask. Wait, who's the stupid one in the stream? Like Nogla.
Tom.
Shut up.
Yeah, so he's Nogla then.
Hey, move out of the frickin' whoever's driving Pace, move the heck out of my way.
No.
I'm trying to get places.
Wait, no, I think Tom should be Terrorizer because accent.
I think that's Darn K.
I don't have an accent.
Really? Say thank you.
More like he has like a high voice.
First of all, how dare you?
Well, how do
Nathan's
you even
back.
get your high voice? I'm curious, like because like literally.
Nathan's back.
Oh,
No.
you want to know how I get a high voice? I'll tell you. Puberty.
I guess puberty didn't hit that hard.
Right, I'm going to the Blue Mountain Quarry.
Oh, bro.
I'm going straight to the Blue Mountain Quarry.
Tom, can you say
Wait, is my
thank
screen
you?
even up? Yes, it is.
Yeah, your screen is on.
But straight to the BMQ. Because
No,
yeah.
Is
Can
it
you say thank you,
BMW?
Tom, just to make sure?
No,
Hey guys, as a BMW.
big Mexican woman.
Stop it.
Oh,
That was
I'm
Alex.
trying to get Tom to say thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
What? I
Okay, I
don't
thought you'd
understand.
say thank you. Like terrorize, I guess. If you had said thank you,
Right.
then I would say, yep, that's definitely terrorizer.
Right, who's gonna like follow me to the Blue Mountain Quarry or whatever?
Probably nobody.
I heard something. Then I heard I heard a strange whistle. Who the heck is here with me?
Sweet voice.
Your imagination. Your Nathan imagination.
Shut. Shut.
Shut your mouth.
Oh god. I did not want to fall off the rails here. I did not want to fall off the rails here. Not in a million years.
I was about to ask if you're climbing up a hill, and you are. So yeah. Oh, I love Sir Handle. Sir Handle it carefully.
I know where this way goes, and I'm tempted to go this way.
It goes to the slate quarry.
Look in the beaches.
What?
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
What happened?
Nothing happened.
I literally just said he fucking the bitches I need.
Alex! And he did the
What? I
thing.
didn't know what to do. I was bored. I
All right, okay. Where the bloody heck is everybody?
Wait, Tom.
I can't find anyone anywhere. Where is everyone?
Tom, for your out of context, for my out of context of you video, like Tom out of context, I use the circus song as the background music because why not?
Not, from this perspective, I don't think anyone could tell if this was a narrow gauge or standard gauge Thomas.
Yeah, like I thought.
That literally looks standard gauge.
Well, from
Like the standard gauge engines are the 3.5 gauge models, whilst the narrow gauge models are like gauge 1 models. I don't think anyone like that. Just on backstage. Oh, I expected.
Oh, it's Nathan.
Nathan, where the bloody heck are you?
I think he had to be AFK.
No, I think I actually have like a better way to like say. Wait, hold on. Let me just get my thing.
Wait, no, dude, I dare you to say that again.
Where is everyone? I literally cannot find anyone anywhere.
Say what you said last time when you got Tom confused.
What?
Oh god.
I'm gonna talk to you.
But yeah. You should like say like this. Where in the bloody is everyone?
He's gonna have like a sensor thing with him or something.
Yeah, I'm doing voice mod. I got voice mod.
Here,
Okay.
do it.
Okay.
Test it.
Wait,
Test it.
wait, dude, can you say that? No. No, wait, no, dude, can you say that thing that got Tom pretend like he didn't hear it?
2.
No, not that.
Stop. For the love of God, just don't.
I'm laughing so hard over here.
Yo, I don't know what's happening, man.
What?
I don't know what's happening.
He's got blood on.
I'm getting a freaking slide.
Oh, you forgot to bleep.
Hey, now, who knows how to sing the censored song? Like the swearing song, but censored.
Oh, big time damage. Suck my Jesus.
I don't know what the is happening. Wait.
Oh my God! You got the voice mod as well. You got voice mod.
No, I'm using a tablet. I don't know what in the blood is happening.
Jesus Christ.
Are you laughing? Holy! As a fast car. Okay, now I've totally lost all brain cells.
He's having a. Who the fuck is having a stroke over there? It's like this.
Okay, I think we need to stop. We lost all of our brain cells.
All in favor of stopping the match, say aye.
Stop this, please. Stop this, please. Stop this, please.
I lost my shiny. Over.
If you see if
Oh God.
I'm going to suck my dick. Over.
why is your
Ah.
why is there a sulky?
Alex, you forgot to censor it.
I'm going to suck my. Over.
Maybe the grass
Oh my
rolling
God,
stock.
you're literally making you're literally making Tom like angry boy right now. I told you you make Tom angry boy.
To my story where I literally don't give up.
That was perfect.
I'm sorry, but who is this?
Please.
I'm sorry, but I searched everywhere. I'm sorry, but I searched everywhere, but I didn't look for who asked.
Well, guess what? I didn't ask either, you little shit.
I stop. Just
Okay.
stop.
Blizzard shit.
Oh!
Oh, he's. Oh, this bad thing.
I was gonna say, why did they hear Oregon for some strange reason?
That's not an organ. That's auto tune.
I know.
Amanda, we're gonna do what I'm about to do.
I'm about to beat your ass.
I'm about to end. What? I'm about to end this mean's whole career.
Eddie.
Oh,
Shit! Shite!
mother.
You're Edward somewhere.
Suck my Jesus.
Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can make
What
the
is
jump.
going on?
I gotta turn around. I gotta turn. Okay. Let's see if I can
Here
jump.
goes, you're gonna jump.
I believe I can fly.
No.
You can believe you can toss this guy.
Wait, Tom, don't do it. You already did.
Come on, yes. No. No, I almost had it. I almost had it. Come on. What, you stupid.
I'm a freaking engine. I'm a freaking car engine. I'm a freaking pilot.
Come on, move.
I think you're
And
literally
took Renee
just
learning about his paintwork and Scarlowe avoiding his paintwork problems.
Tom.
Come on. I can do this.
You're
Come on.
literally getting Thomas.
Slowly.
Slowly. Don't give me that bullshit right now. I'm trying to figure this out.
Firmly grasp the.
Ew.
Alex.
Firmly what?
Firmly grasp the tight. Firmly grasp the melons. Firmly grasp the melons.
But no, you.
Edward.
Oh no, it looks like Suck is
the
literally
melons
just like
or the eggplant.
Mr. King Suck is literally just like having a tantrum in the private chat.
Good.
Well, Mr. King Suck, if you're watching like literally just Mr. King Suck is Mr. King Sucks. You better stop having a tantrum. You're being a little.
And no shite, Sherlock. No
You're
shite
supposed to say
there.
no, Sherlock.
Nothing to be seen here, miss.
Eat my.
Nothing to see here.
No.
And literally just
Why can't
in the
Hey, Dom, are you in a private server?
Look at this. Look at something. He said, "Sucks, stop having your period."
And somebody else just said,
You're gonna get me demonetized.
somebody else just said,
That's not a good kind of.
Okay.
I mean, not tell me if you can't get the thing. Someone please shove this blue puffball so I can get onto the frickin' rails.
Tom, you literally curse a lot. This
No.
is nothing new to you, Tom. This is nothing new to you.
I'm gonna say, okay, this might sound weird, but
Tom, what are you trying to prove?
hunt me. Hunt me.
Oh, you want me to shunt
Possibly, you do not want to know.
you? You want me to shunt you? Well,
No!
I'm grabbing a different engine. Screw this shit. I'm grabbing a different engine.
I'm getting Sydney.
some random J50 said "Dirty Percy."
Oh, it might
I'm
even
not
be
gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Fudge.
Tom, is that how mad you are?
No.
Tom, is this how mad you are? You can't even say someone to stop saying dirty Percy.
How come there's a narrow gauge lady? That looks like a standard gauge model.
Because calling all engines.
We're not using that logic.
We don't
Screw it. It's canon in the Thomas universe, so it's canon in this game.
That was in Thomas's ring, though, you idiot.
It's still gonna be true. And hits. Aha! I blocked the turntable, so nobody can.
I don't know what the heck is happening.
Yeah, so nobody can move now. Craziness, that's what.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
But Tom goes crazy on Cool Beans narrow gauge.
Wait, Tom. Wait, hold on. Oh crap, hold on. Wait, Tom. If you were like to like have like do like a little like CPR short with that, Rusty, let me voice it. Because I'll have like the voice changer on it, like, and I would literally just go. I'll literally be like.
Rusty does not agree to that. What? Wait, if Rusty, hang on. If Charles is still here, then could you voice Rusty? Like Rusty voicing Rusty.
Rusty voicing Rusty versus Rusty versus Rusty. Oh, and some people left. All right, let's just invite some people here. All right, let's just invite Mr. King.
Room, buddy.
Let's just invite Mr. King here because, like, so he can stop annoying us. Let's just invite him in here so he can stop annoying us.
Bye bye.
Wait, Tom. Tom, invite Mr. Tom.
get away.
And never find
Tom.
Thank you. I'm grabbing the handle, man. Grabbing some handle.
Nathan's backstage.
Top and handle. Oh, hello there. Anyway.
You idiot.
Literally just Mr. King is just literally.
And Tom derails.
Tom, can you like deal with Mr. Zuck? He's annoying us.
Yeah, hang on. I'll take care of that fricks person soon. Okay. We gotta turn over to this way real quick. Okay. We gotta quickly do some black magic.
Black magic in my app.
There we go. You never take me alive, Nathan. You never take me alive.
Come on,
You shall never take me alive.
Tom's going on a crazy adventure.
Yeah, be careful on the bump, Tom.
Man, I forgot what this way goes to. Where does this go? I forget where this way goes.
What's up with that weird? What's with the weird voice, Alex?
Oh yeah. You'll never catch me now, Nathan. I am invincible. Invincible. I am invincible. I am invincible. You dying?
I don't know. Are you?
Yeah, probably.
I've heard that one before.
As I said, Nathan, you'll never take me alive. Oh, Nathan's not even in the stage.
I frickin' derailed on the frickin' tunnel. I always derail on the frickin' tunnel. It's the most annoying part about
Listen, Nathan, you'll never take me alive.
not when I get on Sir Handle. Sir, are you okay?
No, he's having a stroke. Man's having a stroke.
Yeah, where are you, Luke?
Me taking that shit after Taco Bell.
Oh my god, no more Taco Bell jokes.
Why no more Taco Bell?
Oh, shit.
Oh.
I fucked up.
Oh my god, I need to stop derailing.
You need to stop derailing in my.
Shit. I see him.
Nathan.
Aha! I got you, Luke.
God damn it, Leonardo Armando.
I stand among the stove. I'm stupid.
Just go yeah, you are. No, I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. Get out of here. Not every day we alive.
Crap. How am I supposed to catch up to him now?
I don't know.
You cheeky little son of a...
You could chase camp. You could go back to the tunnel and just go wrap around there.
Wait a second.
Hey, to answer your question, Nathan, I don't know. Why don't you ask the top of that?
I don't know. Why should I ask the top of man?
Because it's the fat bastard who does the camp and bush like.
He legally doesn't own me.
Yeah, he illegally owns you.
What the? Luke, once I get my hands on you and I...
Pink buffers.
Whoever's doing that, please stop. It's annoying.
How about no?
Luke the Juke.
Luke
the Duke.
Luke the Jew.
Luke the Duke and Duchess.
No, don't remind. Don't remind.
Oh no.
No.
Luke the Duke on Thorodor. Luke, you have a lot of explaining to do.
Bye-bye.
Oh God! Oh God! Run, Tom! Run!
I'm running the rest of the game.
You son of a bee.
I'm enemy now.
You son of a Luke.
Tom, Max, speed!
I know, I am.
Wait. Let me do like the racing car noises. Let me do the racing car noise. I'm gonna do the racing car noise.
Put on notch 3.
Put on notch 3. Notch 3.
Notch 3 is full speed. There you go.
Alright, I'm gonna do the car noises. Car noises intensifies. I prefer the sensor bleep.
Look, when I get my peppers on you, you're gonna win. You were never sent here to the Blue Mountain Quarry.
There you go. There's the sensor bleep.
You idiot.
Oh, and Luke died.
You got me, freaking king.
Tom, you destroy Luke.
Can you deal with? Can you deal with King Suck? Can you deal with King Suck right now? He's really annoying everyone in the private chat. Can you please help with this?
Is King Suck short for sucking my balls?
No, it's King Mr. King Zug of Scotland.
King Suck my.
Anyway, I'm gonna grab Scarlowy.
If you
before I said it, what did you do?
Hey guys, I have something to say.
If your wheels out early to look you're making this for engine.
Well, wait, let me do a Renaissance impression real quick. Well, I did get a few scrapes and scratches. Actually, I could really use it. Could have been bus. This is still in good working order.
Ready for a new coat of ready for work.
Feel like the navigations now have been established.
Y'all did not hear me. I said I got fetuses once as Scarlowy.
Hey, why did I need to hear that?
Wait, guys. When I do the stranger voice change,
oh my God,
it literally sounds like a person's footsteps. When I breathe in the stranger voice changer, it just sounds like footsteps. Hold on, listen.
Wait, no. Coming in big fam. Wait, what? When do you mean?
Does it sound like
when you
footsteps?
mean big fam? What are you talking about?
Sorry.
Oh, John just said Dummy Man 1795 Big Fam.
Alright, let me just zoom in real quick. What did you do?
What did you do? Wait, Tom. Put that Tom. Close up with the face again. What did you do?
Oh my god, we are. No, Tom just changed the stream name to Shenanigans.
This is a friends only zone. Please leave your name and tone and never come back.
Friends only. Yes,
You're not a friend of Tom's.
No. If I do shit, I will put friend only. If you're not a friend, then I will kick you. That's what I do.
Carlo is singing what did you do? What did you do?
Alright, if you're gonna catch me this time, I'm invincible.
God darn it, I'm in Stephanie.
I'm invincible.
I am invincible. What did you do?
I don't know what happened.
What did you do?
I killed the man.
What did you do?
William says something I'm a big fan. No, I am not a fan, I'm a friend. Get it right.
Okay.
What did you do? What did you do? I am invincible.
Come on, keep singing for the audience.
The next morning, the railway was in chaos. The drivers, who were in on the plan, didn't start up the diesels the next morning, and so nothing had been achieved. The coaching was still in the sidings, the red herring hadn't been brought in, and the mail trains hadn't run either. Even Buzz had decided to join in, purposefully draining his batteries and coming to full happer, so Mr. Smash couldn't use him to work the next day. Mr. Dark, Mr. Smash, and Mr. Chairman were very confused as complaints came in about the lack of passenger services and uncollected goods trains. Finding the diesels, plus Buzz, or Happer, the three men walked up to them. Would someone care to explain what's going on here? Breakfast, sir! Don't be funny, Alan. Now, what's going on? You lot are all late to work and you're causing issues everywhere around the line. Now, why are you doing this? Warrior spoke up.
Well, sirs, we have decided to go on strike.
Strike? But why?
Well, we've been suffering verbal abuse and vandalism from the passengers. We have had enough of it. Everybody is under the pretense that this is a pure steam railway, which is clearly not the case. Nothing has been done with Andy when he was abused at Mirku. Nobody has been caught and banned for ruining Ryan's paintwork. And I, for one, will not tolerate working conditions such as these. Therefore, we will not be working until these issues have been resolved.
Mr. Dark looks stunned. Look, Warrior, I brought you under the pretense that you wanted to get back to work, and now you're staging a revolution?
Aye, son, we are. I thought you understood our plight, but you did not. You told me that you needed more diesel around here to help, yet you did nothing to safeguard our careers or safety. I know I'm impartial, being on the British Rail and all, but from what I see here, your priorities are with the steam engines, not us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got contract freight to take them off.
Clyde, before you go, you couldn't...
Well, arrange a train. Why don't you get one of your steam engines to do it instead, eh? Toodles.
Clyde departed, leaving the men looking rather depressed. Buzz, Mr. B, you two are in on this as well?
Yes, sir. Sorry, but I agree with these guys. You guys misled the public and have misled our beliefs that we were safe here. I certainly don't want to take abuse from passengers.
But that's not our fault.
Safe, sir. So the guys who told the public to back off and let us do our jobs before our steam friends, we aren't moving.
Mr. Dark looked over at the two men and motioned for them to follow him. Once out of sight, Anna looked around. Guys.
What?
I don't feel any better for this.
Neither do I. That's what you said. I want to know that we're safe here than on British Railways.
They'll sort it out. I'm sure of it. The days passed, and the diesels, plus Buzz, stayed where they were. They saw that the operational steam engines were indeed out and about on trains, and even Abomination had been witnessed arranging a race of coaches and taking it away from the station. Hannah, though, was cross with Warrior. I'm disappointed in you, Warrior. For the engine who saved my life, you've become a bit of a jerk.
I'm not trying to upset anyone, Anna. We don't feel safe.
Do you think we feel any better now? Barry's complaining about having to take passenger trains. 257 missed the mainline train because he's having to cover trains here. And even poor Abomination's having to take trains because you lot aren't working. Look, I understand your reasons for this, but please reconsider. We miss you guys. We all do. Even Lino. We want you back on the Soma brand, Andy. Andy remained tight-lipped as Hannah rolled away. The diesels were beginning to feel rather silly now, but stuck by their guns as the days continued to press on. Then, one morning the following weekend, midnight early with the drivers, who all got their engine prepared for work. They were rather surprised at this. I thought we said we weren't working until things had been fixed.
If those asshat passengers are still out there,
there will be no asshat passengers here today, Andy.
Did you murder them?
No. I've been investigating recent incidents, and I've banned several individuals from the railway for their actions. Oh, good, I guess.
What about the public?
You don't have to worry about that either this weekend. This weekend? What do you mean, sir? Well, I've considered what you lot said, and I agree. I have indeed been marketing this railway as a premier steam railway, but no longer. We have begun a new marketing campaign to advertise people that the diesel fleet is an important part of this railway's operations. I see that now.
So, what do you mean by this weekend, Mr. Dark?
We've been running posters and adverts advertising for something a bit special this weekend. for we're running a fully fledged diesel gala, especially for you lot. The engine didn't look thrilled.
Will people come and don't like us?
What if we get abuse again? And what if someone spray paints me again? Then they'll be swiftly escorted off the railway. I will not tolerate passengers abusing my engines or staff any longer. Besides, you lot will not believe the amount of tickets we've sold this week for this event. So then, everyone get ready, including you, Buzz.
Me? But I'm not a diesel.
In my eyes, you're as close to a diesel as anything, so I've arranged a nice little treat for you and Mr. B.
Really?
You two will be running breakdown rides around Gallon Junction and into the works, so the visitors can see parts of the complex that they don't usually see. Alan and Ryan will also be hauling trains between Colhacker and Wallchurch, where the gradients are better for them. Ryan and Alan grinned at each other. Raymond, Warrior, and Andy, you're on full passenger duties, but we'll be required to do some demonstration freight runs as well. I'm sure you'll be happy with that, Andy.
Sure, why not?
Clyde has agreed to come back and bolster the fleet for the weekend too, and he'll be bringing in some visitors from Horton this morning too. So, I do hope this is a good enough apology for my past actions, and I hope that, if this is successful, that we can run more diesel galas in the future, if you're all happy with that. The diesels agreed as Mr. Dark walked back to the station. And so, the diesels took over the operations of the line all weekend. Turbo was even brought outside the Railway Museum so that he can enjoy some rare sunshine and interact with the newer diesels on the line. And the best part of the whole weekend was, nobody gave them any abuse at all. In fact, the passengers were thrilled when Andy and Warrior double-headed a train all the way up and down the line, cheering as the two hydraulics climbed Upway Bank at slow speed, causing rather a lot of noise in the process. Now, the diesel fleets are much more respected by the general public, and though the early morning commuter train still sometimes cause some passengers to turn their noses up, the diesels don't care, because they know that the railway's management have their backs from now on.